this juncture.
Point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
Don't even play.
I don't want reality.
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
China.
China. I have to have my China.
Where did the Second Amendment?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Consequences.
Come on!
Go hard right now.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
for life. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jesus ain't saying that.
He looks good. He looks good. And he looks
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
Follow the beachway.
Consequences.
It's a great day. For me to see.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina. How rude.
Well, here we are again. It's been an interesting week already. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fam, so we better get right to it. Safety first. Put on those seatbelts as we begin this flight through the unknown. Well, good to see so many of you here already. Mowing up, Mozart, Dirt Gently, Omega Star, Aaron W. See, Disco Wolf. Who else? Narwhal by Nature. Philip Blair, Shakespeare, Lady Badash. Alright. Well. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a little bit of lag happening right now. Perhaps it should be expected. Happens many a stream at the beginning. But we do have a lot to talk about, so we're going to try to get to this here as quickly as possible. We are going to start off in the United States, as usual. Yep, here we go. Let's... Everyone pray to Gary. Gary, please protect us. Seems to be trying to work. I see it trying. It's really not that bad. I've seen it so much worse before, especially for the beginning of the stream. If this is the worst that we incur here, I can live with that. Now let's get going. Let's start here in the United States and talk about I was going to call him little. It's not exactly little. Happens to be an NFL wide receiver by the name of Tyreek Hill, who plays for the Miami Dolphins. Yesterday, we quickly looked at some of the footage of passers-by who had taken video of well, not arrest, but the detainment of Tyreek Hill, where he was seen on the ground with about 4 police officers all on top of him. And today, Miami-Dade police have released body cam video of the detainment of Tyreek Hill, and I figured we would talk a little bit about this more. He also released a statement earlier today as well, so I figured let's just start off here, and we'll move from there. All right, CBS first? Yeah. CBS Miami from 2 hours ago.
Steve, thank you. We're back live now in the CBS News Miami newsroom, sharing more of this video of Tyreek Hill being detained yesterday outside of Hard Rock Stadium. And there's no audio here, but you hear what we were able to hear was Tyreek Hill saying to the officers, basically, why are you doing this to me? And the officer responding, saying that you right now are a little confused about what's going on. We hear Tyreek Hill tell his agent, who Rosenhaus apparently was on the scene at this point, that he is getting arrested. And you see now the officers cuffing Tyreek Hill. Again, he is being forced to lie face down on the pavement there outside of Hard Rock Stadium. And Hill now is asking, why this is being done to him. And the officers say they pulled Tyreek Hill over for apparently speeding and perhaps reckless driving, and that's what triggered this whole confrontation. We showed you an earlier clip that lasted a little over a minute long, in which the officer told Tyreek Hill to roll down his window. He did momentarily, and then rolled it back up. And here's a look at that again. And when he didn't keep the window down as the officer instructed him to do, that's when the Miami-Dade police officer with the...
This is why we shouldn't start fall sports until September. This is the reason. I feel like this is not really... I mean, he does play for a sports team, but I don't think that that's the main culprit of this particular circumstance.
Of 2 other officers yanked Tyreek Hill out of the vehicle and pushed him onto the ground, and you see the result here. They have handcuffed him. Again, this is a confrontation that happened yesterday before yesterday's Dolphins season opener against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tyreek Hill was detained, but he then was let go. He did play in yesterday's football game and actually scored a touchdown in the Dolphins' win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. But this, of course, is a scene that many witnesses saw outside of Hard Rock Stadium yesterday. Stunned Dolphin fans who were on their way inside the stadium to see the Dolphins play couldn't believe what they saw. One of his teammates, Calais Campbell, also pulled over and asked Tyreek Hill if he was okay, and Hill told him that he was not. And Campbell, when he tried to intervene on his behalf, he was also briefly handcuffed, and said that was certainly something that was stunning to him. So here.
It's weird how you've never seen a banker arrested like that. Yeah, no kidding. It's shocking how that's never happened.
What you talking about?
I mean, my God, how many people have been at the top of first person that comes to mind is Bernie Madoff. His arrest was very, very chill, if I recall correctly. And this wasn't even an arrest. They literally had no reason to arrest him. Like I was saying yesterday, we didn't have any real information on what the traffic violation was. According to some of what I've seen so far today, it was supposedly him speeding, potentially. That seems to be the main reason that is being given as of now for this apparent interaction. And in what circumstance? When does speeding amount to this sort of treatment? I can't imagine. I can't imagine them doing this to, I don't know, a young white kid driving his parents' car or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these police officers are just incredibly zealous individuals. However, Miami Police Department did find it necessary to put one of these officers on, what's it called? Suspension. So, even the police seem to think something may have gone awry here. All right, let's go here. This is the video with audio.
Miami.
Breaking news now at 7. Miami-Dade police have just released new body cam video of officers detaining Miami Dolphins player Tyreek Hill in Miami Gardens. Police Director Stephanie Daniels says she released it to be transparent and maintain the public's trust. Let's get right to CBS News. Miami's Jim Barry live in the newsroom right now. Jim, only minutes ago you saw the video for yourself.
Lauren, that is absolutely correct, and the clip that I'm about to show you lasts a little over a minute long. It shows the confrontation between Hill and 3 members of the Miami-Dade Police Department. Take a look.
Hey, don't knock on my window like that, man. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window like that, though. Like what? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. Don't knock that way you can lower it and talk to you. Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do. Keep it down. Hey! Keep your window down. Hey! Keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
As a matter of fact, get out of the car. I've changed my mind. I'm a mercurial individual. Wow. Wow. It seems super unnecessary.
What part of Brother doing this? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, dude. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out.
So again, this is the...
There's a lot of good comments going on through here, and I would generally agree with people talking about this. You don't mean to diminish the incident, but this happens hundreds of times each day in the United States just to regular people. This helps highlight that, and you're given right, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the point of why we're watching it, right? Is it's getting whatever. It's getting attention right now in the media because he's so high profile, but it is in fact a problem in society that needs to be addressed and is often overlooked and has been just kind of, I feel like, to some degree, just kind of ignored by the media in the last, I don't know, last couple of years. I feel like they really kind of tried to forget all about this. Okay, let's see. Let's go here. This is Tyreek Hill at a press conference at the stadium before, I think this was, I'm not sure. I don't think this was the game. I think this was another game that happened today. Because I think Miami had a Sunday and a Monday game back-to-backs or whatever. But here's the Associated Press from 13 hours ago where he spoke about being detained by the police before a game.
Right now, you know, so I've been trying to figure that out too. I've been trying to figure that out too, man. Right now, I'm still trying to put it all together. So I'm not gonna give you a version that I still don't know what happened. Why do you believe the police put you in handcuffs?
That's wrong.
I have no idea, for real.
I take it back. Not that it really probably matters to anybody, but I was wrong. They didn't play back-to-back games. Apparently, this must have been after the game, I guess.
No idea, man. It's crazy. No idea. It wasn't disrespectful. You know, because my mom didn't raise me that way. Didn't cuss. Didn't do none of that.
I guess the police officer was put on administrative leave. Were you aware of that?
Nah, I wasn't. That should tell you everything you need to know then. What if I wasn't Tyreek Hill? Lord knows like, what that guy or guys would have did. You feel me?
Exactly.
And I was just making sure that, you know, I was doing what my uncle always told me to do whenever you in a situation like that. Just listen, put your...
Yeah, and you could see that he was being pretty compliant once they ripped him out of the car. I mean, and I don't think that they had any grounds to pull him out of the car. I think they needed an actual reason to detain him. I don't think they had it. I don't know police code that good, but I'm pretty sure that they needed more. They needed more to be able to even get close to justifying what we witnessed here. They didn't have it. But that one officer was, you know, feeling a certain way that particular day, being, I guess, yesterday. It was just yesterday. That's why we are where we are. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things right now. I'm trying to both talk about this and give you your deserved emotional support characters, which you clearly earned. Wait, what were the ones that you got? Now I've forgotten already. God damn it. Oh, right. There's that one, and... yeah. Okay. We did it, folks. Really, you did it. I didn't do anything. All right, let's go here to this WPLG Local 10 from a day ago. Why did police handcuff Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill? Investigation is ongoing. Oh, good. The police are investigating themselves. I'm sure that's gonna go great.
6 Dolphin star wide receiver Tyreek Hill pulled over and cuffed on the side of the road right outside the Hard Rock Stadium on his way to the game.
And the Miami-Dade Police Department announcing an immediate review of the incident and placing one of the officers involved on administrative duty. So let's get right over to Will Manso, who is live at the Hard Rock Stadium with the latest on Hill's detainment. Will.
Well, the Dolphins are no stranger to controversy and drama over the years, but this one may top them all. Just hours before their season opener, and here outside of Hard Rock Stadium, their star receiver Tyreek Hill, the man who was just recently voted the best player in the NFL by his colleagues, was put into handcuffs by police. And the question now remains, why?
Keep your window down. Keep your window down, I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car.
The window is down in this moment when he's saying get the window down.
Before even stepping on to
Like, you can very clearly see that the window's down about 6 inches, a little less, but it's down.
Scene just outside of the stadium captured on cell phone video by stunned fans as Hill was detained by police, even taken to the ground and handcuffed. Hill played the game and said this afterwards about the incident.
I've been trying to figure that out too, man. Right now I'm still trying to put it all together. It wasn't disrespectful, you know, because my mom didn't raise me that way. Didn't cuss. I don't want to bring it race into it, but sometimes it gets kind of iffy when you do. You feel me? So what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill? Lord knows, like, what that guy or guys would have did. You feel me? I was just making sure that, you know, I was doing what my uncle always told me to do whenever you in a situation like that. Just listen. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Just listen.
Hill was stopped by Miami-Dade police for a driving violation and eventually cited for reckless driving. I drove past the scene on my way to the game and saw Hill's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, by his side. We spoke to him on the field a short time later.
There's no criminal charges. He wasn't arrested. He just got a ticket for reckless driving, evidently, going into the stadium. We'll obviously dispute that. That's their version. But the most upsetting part is the way that he was treated. Tyreek's not a guy that should be at his own stadium in handcuffs. We're going to look into it. This isn't over.
But how it got from a traffic stop to handcuffs is the question Miami-Dade police now face. In a statement, Miami-Dade Police Director Stephanie Daniels said, quote, "Following the incident involving Tyreek Hill, I have initiated an internal affairs investigation to ensure a thorough review of the matter."
How great. So yeah, the director of the, I guess I would assume the public relations department for the Miami-Dade Police Department, Stephanie V. Daniels. It's not clear exactly. I mean, she is the one releasing the statement here. But, yeah, they got the police investigating themselves, so everybody can just forget all about this. No big deal. I'm sorry, did I say no big deal? I mean, definitely a big deal. Alright, but let's move on. Let us move on to some of the other stuff that are happening here. But, oh wait, I almost forgot. Particular Florida resident had words to say about this.
Maybe you saw something along those lines, and an officer has been reassigned, and just wondering what you take away from that, and if you saw that, and what your thoughts are.
So I have not gotten any details on it. I think they're going to do an investigation, and I think that that's appropriate. I was pleased to see he did well in the game, and it was good for the team what happened on the field. But I think that I have confidence in agencies throughout this state that they want to uphold the highest standards of professionalism. And if for some reason that wasn't followed here, I know that they will make that clear.
You do know that.
But I'll let that investigation take place.
Okay.
Yep.
I love how he's more focused on how well he did on the field for a private sports team than the conduct of Miami police officers. But, you know, priorities. Ron's got priorities, and police misconduct is kind of low on there. He trusts the police to investigate themselves whenever they're bad. Yes, Put in Fingers. Mr. Put in Fingers here to help tell us about professionalism in policing. Thank God. I don't know how he would have gotten through this whole ordeal without old Fancy Feet DeSantis over here. Is the chess piece new? Oh, you're noticing new things on the desk. I've been, maybe, perhaps thanks to the generous contributions of our patrons and viewers, I've been able to get myself fancy things. If you notice, it's real glass. It's made from pure space glass. You can actually see through it if you pay close attention as the world goes by. It should cast different color light through it. I think it's set up like that. I mean, of course it does, because it's made of glass. Okay, let's go here before we end our discussion of policing in the United States. Let's go here to ABC 15 Arizona from 11 days ago. DOJ report. Retaliation against people for attempting to record the police.
Illegal.
Phoenix police arrested this man after he filmed them making an arrest. It was a violation of his rights cited by the Department of Justice in their historic report. I'm ABC 15 Chief Investigator Dave Biscobing, and the feds found that arrest was part of a pattern of Phoenix officers repeatedly retaliating against people for recording what they do. Now, this is another story in our special series breaking down the DOJ report and turning it into video. To see an official copy of the findings, just scan the code on your screen. In this story, we're in the section found on pages 83 and 84.
Let go of your phone.
When it comes to recording the police, the DOJ wrote that Phoenix officers don't understand people's constitutional rights. Quote, "The First Amendment protects the right to peacefully film police officers performing their duties in public. We found numerous instances where people filmed Phoenix PD activity from a distance without interfering with police operations. But officers arrested them, used force, or ordered them to leave the scene entirely." The Fed's report cited 4 cases specifically on this issue. You're now watching body camera video of one of them.
Get out of the street.
I'm not hurting anybody.
Get out of the street.
Got it.
You need to listen to what the officers tell you the first time.
He told me to get away. I did.
The report says police handcuffed and cited a man for obstructing a sidewalk because he filmed the police as they arrested a homeless man in the zone. The sergeant...
I feel like police are most competent at just causing people problems that didn't exist beforehand.
Ordered the man to step out of the street while he filmed the arrest. The man followed directions and continued filming from a nearby sidewalk.
You cannot stand there. You need to keep moving. You're blocking the sidewalk. You need to move.
Jesus
The officer
Christ.
then told him to get off the sidewalk and get going. The man reminded the officer that he had the right to stand on a public sidewalk.
Come here. You want to play games? We'll play games. Come here. Hey, you're not free to leave. Come here.
The DOJ highlighted one of the things the officer said. If you want to play games, we'll play games.
If you want to play games, we'll play games. Wow. Sounds very... Wow. Just wow. Like, you know, like I want to be quippy about it, but it is just wild. The continual misuse of police power over and over again. Okay, now let's move along. Move along to this. Here's what might happen if Donald Trump is reelected. According to CBS News, he's planning to jail his political opponents.
Former President Trump is making headlines, and that's putting it mildly, that have nothing to do with his plans to make a pitch to the American public in tomorrow night's debate. He's making headlines because he's pledging and has pledged on social media to prosecute political opponents. His threats are related to false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, something he admitted didn't happen even last week. And now some of those threats are saying he's going to punish, prosecute, and jail for long terms anyone involved in the 2024 election if he's unhappy with the result.
Wow.
I want to discuss that with our political panel. Nancy
Now,
Cook is
here's a
here.
question. What I find fascinating about that statement is he's not currently president, right? So how exactly, if something were to go wrong in his mind with the 2024 election results, would he be able to jail anyone? He's not in power. He's just technically just a U.S. citizen, private citizen, former president. But he can't. I'm pretty sure he can't put anybody in jail.
Politics reporter with Bloomberg News and Dave Weigel with Semaphore. On what planet, Dave, does this make legal, political, or constitutional sense to go down this road for Trump?
Not in any of those categories, and he's gone back and forth on this. I'm not trying to soft pedal it. He's gone back and forth. He's demanded credit for not going after Hillary Clinton for, I don't know, what would have been the case in 2017, right. and he has regretted not going after his political opponents because the way he frames every trial, every investigation, is that they're just trying to take him out. So it makes a lot of sense to Republicans. It's teeing up for tomorrow's debate. It's another example of the universe, the media universe that Donald Trump exists in right now is different than the one he had in 16 and 20. It's one where you say something like this and you get cheered for it. It's not one where you need to make new converts and convince people you're going to behave responsibly with power.
Nancy?
Well, I was in Palm Beach meeting with a bunch of his top campaign officials last month, and they really want him to continue to talk about inflation, the economy, and immigration. That is where...
Ooh, that's a good point. I'm sorry, I'm reading chats and listening to this video. But BCAP makes a great point. He is president, and also Biden is president, but really Obama is president, pulling the strings. But really, it's Kamala. It's really Obama pulling Kamala's strings, pulling Biden's strings, and I guess that technically makes Obama and Donald Trump both president at the same time. I don't know how that works, but it doesn't have to make sense, especially if you are a MAGA voter. Let's see. Where am I? Ah, yes. That's right. Trump threatening to jail people, even though he can't technically do that. Forbes breaking news from 4 hours ago. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, he's got some comments for people. This was outside of chambers in the back hallway of Congress.
What's your fallback position, though?
There is no fallback position. This is a righteous fight. This is what the American people demand and deserve. When you take the polls, you look at a poll on this, about 87% of American citizens believe you ought to be able to acquire proof of citizenship. You should have to before you register to vote. So it's unconscionable to me that anybody in this building would vote against that or suggest that it's politics.
But Mr. Speaker,
principle.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has already said no. The White House has already said
I mean, it's clearly not legal for that to happen, right? It's illegal, right? Just, but of course, Mike Johnson, you know, he's got to make up straw men practically every week. Thankfully, Republicans have an entire closet full of straw men.
no.
The Senate and the White House always say no.
But if and when they inevitably reject this, will you accept it? Please, CR.
Let's see if they have the guts to tell the American people they want illegals to vote in these elections. Since Joe Biden and the borders are, Kamala Harris opened that border, we believe the actual number is about 16 million illegals that come across the border. If just a small percentage of them register to vote, which you know many of them have already.
Yesterday we heard 25. Well done. Donald Trump said, hey, over 20 to 25 million illegals have come over the border since Crooked Joe and Communist Kamala took over the border. But really, that's not true. If you look up the numbers, it's not close to pretty much any of the numbers that were said that Republicans are saying. But I'm not sure where they're getting the numbers from. It's not making a ton of sense. But they never say since when. It's always this many have come over. It could be in the last 20 years. Without any sort of accounting for how many people left the country. People aren't illegal. It's a great point. He's the one saying it, and I'm just sort of, you're right, I am repeating it though, that's my fault. Undocumented people. That's what happens when you're forced to listen to this stuff daily. It's like an RFK brainworm. How do you catch it? Catch it? The Pokemon on Twitch? That's a good question. I think there's a good way to look it up. Might be on the About page. I think the rules are on there. Like on my Twitch, if you go there. I think there's a little, what do you call it? Like a little window, like a pop-out window that you can click. Okay. Let's go here. This is MSNBC from 5 hours ago. They got some more footage of that speech we just saw from Trump there a couple videos back. Here's Trump talking about tariffs. He's a big fan of tariffs, but doesn't seem to completely understand them.
Donald Trump has made tariffs one of the cornerstones of his campaign. And over the weekend, he claimed, without providing any evidence, that tariffs would not impact American taxpayers.
We're going to be a tariff nation. It's not going to be a cost to you. It's going to be a cost to another country. I heard Kamala the other day, Comrade Kamala. She said, oh, if you do that, he's raising your taxes. No, no, no. I'm not raising your taxes. I'm raising China and all of these countries in Asia and all over the world, including China.
Hold on 1 second. Just gonna do this. Ah, fucking hell. Why is this not working? Alright, whatever. Anyway, we all know here at this chat what a tariff is, I believe. But it's something that American corporations and consumers have to pay whenever a good is, which falls under that tariff, enters the country. That's just how it works. The importer is not, like, you know, the people that are sending it to the United States, they're not the ones who pay it, right? The people accepting it here.
Zero Megastar gifted a tier 1 subscription to Narwhal_by_nature.
Thanks for the gifted sub there, Omega Star. Narwhal by Nature, you just received a gifted tier 1 from Omega. Alright, let's listen just a little more of this ridiculousness.
The European Union, by the way, which is one of the most egregious.
I mean, that's just a lie, and he knows it's a lie. And everybody that is a host on other networks that will lie about his lies, they know it's a lie.
Alright, that's exactly as much Joe Scarborough as I can handle at one point. That was, I think, nearly 7 seconds of Morning Joe, which is genuinely way too much Morning Joe. Let's be real. It's going over by like 2 seconds on the amount of Morning Joe I can handle per week. Alright, let's keep this moving. Let's go here. They must have upped his Sudafed dose. Maybe. He did seem a little bit more peppy than he did at the Economic Council of New York meeting, which we've been seeing a lot of footage of. Speaking of which, let's go to that right now. This is from 4 days ago from Forbes Breaking News. This is Trump answering questions about child care. I think we didn't do much of this, but there was actually a panel at this Economic Forum of New York, or if you recall this thing, of people with questions prepared, and whatever else, to ask Donald Trump live. This was one of the moments that happened here. Let's see what Donald Trump's solution to childcare is.
And the final question, Resma, is to you.
Thank you. President Trump, you talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if what specific...
Look at Larry Kudlow over here in the back, like in the shadows. This guy... This guy is the fucking worst. I'll bet if Donald Trump were to win, hypothetically, Kudlow's back in the administration. Hands down. I'll put money on that right now.
legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, child care is child care. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that
I'm sorry.
they're not.
A what now?
So he's gonna solve. He's gonna solve the child care cost crisis with tariffs, and I'm in foreign politics. I'm very confused. What's happening? You feel like I don't appreciate your contributions? What? That's ridiculous. What contributions specifically are you referring to? Oh, I see you commented way back here about some Canadian stuff, which I didn't see. It's fair. I mean, chat's pretty lively tonight. I miss stuff. It's nothing personal. I appreciate everybody's comments. Okay, sorry, let's go back to, hold on, I lost my train of thought. Let's go back here 10 seconds.
In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with...
Okay. So he's going to, for a second, while he was like in there, while he was going, I was like, wait, is Donald Trump going to, quote unquote, tax China, even though we know that tariffs are going to tax Americans, but is he going to somehow use this tax money to fund a socialist, like, nationally funded child care sort of apparatus that just sort of handles all of this for people? I mean, what's the plan? Then he's like, no, we're gonna pay down the deficit. That'll solve it. That'll get your kid watched for sure.
The reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative.
It's so small. It's not a big deal.
Numbers that I'm
It's really not a big deal. I know that you said it's a big deal to you, but it's not a big deal to me. It's small potatoes. What's more important is tariffs and the deficit, of course. The deficit will, in fact, get your child. You know, all of the care that they need.
talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just
Right.
told you
Well,
about.
yeah.
We're going to be getting in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care
Trillions of American dollars. People like from Americans.
is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country.
Okay, so maybe he's gonna make communist socialized childcare. It's not clear. It's really not clear. He's not saying it, but it would basically just be a very circuitous way of taxing people and paying for childcare if that were the case. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think he's just planning on, claiming that this tax plan will fix it. Of course, you have to be really, really stupid to believe it. Also, just to understand it, I feel like you have to be smarter than you have to be to believe it. So basically, I don't see anybody believing this. It's like a floor ceiling type situation, like mathematically, right? All right, let's go here. Majority report from 4 hours ago. What is Dave Rubin really getting paid for exactly? It's a great question.
Let's wrap up this fun half with Dave Rubin. I just want to tease this. I don't know if we're going to talk to Weigel about this. There was a story in Semaphore about
We just
Zoom
watched a
meeting
video with Dave Weigel
where
in it.
all of the participants had turned off their camera and had put fake names up. And they were right-wingers, and they were talking about basically they were going to put out all this stuff about Kamala Harris being a slut.
Illegal.
And
As
one
you do.
person quit the call when this stuff came up, and it turned out it was George Santos, who 2 days later, when all this stuff came out, goes, "Can you imagine all this stuff being released now? What a coincidence." You know, and he's like, "I've had enough," and nobody understood what that.
George Santos is such a fucking scumbag. Oh my god, this guy. This guy will capitalize on any opportunity to just enrich himself. He's a disgusting person. Oh my god.
Story came out in Semaphore. I only bring that up because the real conclusion that I think we drew here from this DOJ indictment, and I think it's the only one that you can conclude at this juncture, is that these right-wingers will take money to espouse anything, and that they are subsidized. They have subsidized. Oh, I should say, in this call, the Zoom call, people are getting $20,000 just to push this theme.
Unbelievable.
Seriously, dude, what the fuck?
I don't know that Dave Rubin gets paid and then he changes his stuff. Although I think he does a little bit, just broadly speaking. Like, you know, he had guests on from the Koch brothers when he was getting funded by a libertarian institute. I mean, there's no doubt.
He knows where his bread's buttered.
And I think that's the way it works. That's why, like, when we get paid by a sponsor, what we do is we read their advertisement. And that's how you know we've been paid by them. I would say the only guest I've had on from a sponsor in the past was, like, over the years and years, was Credo Mobile, because they had a political action branch. They don't anymore. That did really great stuff. But I had them on before they were sponsors. And JustCoffee.coop to talk about their cooperative nature. And I did that years ago. I'd have them back on because I'm interested in co-ops. But I don't change, like, you know, I wouldn't take sponsored money, let's say, from, like, you know, Peter Thiel or something like that. Or, I mean...
If Sam were to take that coffee money and then suddenly come out saying that we should legislate away all beverages aside from coffee, I mean, you know, I think everybody would be floored to see Sam do such a thing, because he just has ethics, right? I mean, he's willing to support, or at least get support from people that he at least agrees with their business practices on, but I don't think he lets it change anything he has to say.
We have a bunch of sponsors that we just won't even do anyways, even read their ads. You know, I don't do financial products.
Crypto.
I don't do Uber wanted to do recruitment on here years ago.
No.
I didn't do that.
Oh my
I would
God.
never do you know, gambling. You know, on a sports show, you want to do DraftKings?
Sure.
But on this program, I'm not going to do that because this is all, there's, like, you know, there's room for conflict. There's agendas, et cetera, and also there's some products that I just don't.
Wait, did ESPN get a DraftKings sponsorship? Or do you think, is Sam just talking hypothetically right now? Anybody know about that? Because that'd be wild. I feel like that's kind of Emma's, like, dream sponsor. Plus, as a show sponsored by DraftKings, I feel like you'd get a bunch of pretty sweet perks too. I don't know what I'm talking about. Why am I talking about this?
Associated with pushing.
Well, I mean, to your credit, you dropped a sponsor because they did work in the occupied West Bank well before, of course, October 7th.
Oh, that was years ago.
Years ago.
That was years ago.
That's an example of, like,
but there's others that we've turned down because of that. Yes, yes. Those aren't necessarily, like, those are more like, I'm not going to promote somebody who's like, specifically crossing the boundaries of like BDS as articulated by them, or, and there's some, but I'm also not going to have sponsors who pay me enough money that I'm like, oy, if they go away.
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly they're gone. No bueno. Gotta fire somebody. But thankfully, the majority of Port is mostly member funded, from my understanding. I mean, I'm sure they're making some money on the views, not enough to support the whole staff, I'm sure, or at least I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that, actually. I know they have a ton of views, but I feel like a lot of the stuff they do probably gets demonetized, so it's hard to say exactly how many of those views are getting monetized and at what sort of rate and gauge from there. But, I mean, but yeah, I think it's mostly funded by their members and like the app at this point. I remember when the app was fledgling. I remember, if I recall correctly, I feel like, if I recall correctly, I remember Michael Brooks used to like make fun of him about the app. like, oh, you think you're big time, huh? Oh, Sammy. There's nothing else like MR in all of media. It's true. They are a veritable YouTube sensation. Especially in this particular niche. WWDPD. I don't know.
Dumbest stuff ever. This is what a dumb person who is subsidized by money he doesn't know where it's coming from, he doesn't care, sounds like.
What now?
But what would be fair? Can I get the definition of the word fair? Could you give me the literal Webster Merriam definition of the word fair? Can you just read that to me? I think we all know what the word fair means, but I want to be very technical in this moment. Impartial and just, without favoritism or discrimination. So
Pause it. I want you just to remember that, because he can't remember what that definition is 5 seconds in his head. Impartial and just, without discrimination.
Couldn't think ahead of time and like put it somewhere so you could at least have it within eye shot there, just ready to go. God, they have a massive budget over there. They're making all that Russia money. I mean, what the fuck is happening? You have some production value, please, Dave? Now, what does impartial mean?
Webster's dictionary.
What does without discrimination mean? Let's say you make $1 million. Is it discriminatory if you make $1 million and I make $100,000 that I get treated differently than you because you are in a class of people that make $1 million and I make $100,000? Is it unjust that your tax rate would be higher than mine? That's too much. Is it any more unjust that you can afford a nicer car than me? Is that unjust? Is that unfair?
You're just being impartial, which, by the way, means not partial or biased, treating or affecting all equally. So we have the official Merriam-Webster's definition for you.
But the point is, treating all equally.
Yeah.
Is it unfair that 17-year-olds can't vote?
So many great points. There's a lot of injustice in the world. Why is Dave Rubin not up in arms about these things? And in fact, in some of these things, I think I've heard him specifically speak out against justice in some of these particular cases, and that is disturbing to me. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna keep watching. I'm just gonna keep watching a little bit. I'm just enjoying this a little too much, maybe.
Is it unfair that 17-year-olds can't drink? Is that unfair? Is it, am I being impartial when I say that a 5-year-old can't drive a car? The point is, these things, we develop what we say, like, like where fairness exists. So his fairness argument is just stupid. But listen to it gets stupider.
Partial and just without favoritism or discrimination. So if you wanted to be impartial and just without favoritism, what would be a fair tax plan? Well, the only thing that would be fair is that everyone would be taxed at exactly the same rate.
Pause it.
So it wouldn't matter.
If fairness dictates that everyone's taxed at the same rate, how about why doesn't fairness dictate that everybody makes the same amount of money?
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's a good question.
We all just make the same amount.
If we're going to define
Dave can stop making whatever he's making over there. It's not the Blaze anymore, right? Because didn't he leave the Blaze? It's all so confusing. But he's making millions of dollars a year doing this shit. Especially now with knowing what we know. He's definitely making millions of dollars a year, basically up front.
this is everybody needs to be treated the same, why are some people allowed to make more money than others? Why are some people allowed to go to a better school than others? Why are people allowed to live in a nicer house than others? Is that unfair? If fairness equals equal, Dave Rubin has a problem with his ideology. But that's not the dumbest part of this video. That's just him being dumb.
Everyone would be taxed at exactly the same rate, right? So it wouldn't matter if you make $1 million a year or $20 million a year or $100,000 a year, you would have a flat tax. That would be a fair thing. That would be impartial without favoritism, meaning everyone has to pay 10%. And
another definition, incidentally, again, without favoritism or impartial would be everybody who makes X has to pay one tax, and everybody who makes Y pays another tax, and everybody who makes Z pays a third tax.
It's science.
That's also impartial and fair. You're not discriminating. Now, if you say you who make $100,000 pays tax X, and you who makes $100,000 pays tax Y, that's unfair.
Illegal. But even if you were to take his definition of fairness and say that, okay, flat tax, this is not what I agree on about policy, but this is his idea. Is he posturing or positing, I should say, that the entirety of people's income is made, or the wealth that people accumulate is based on income? Because what about things like, I don't know, inheritance or capital gains or other methods of taxation, which, you know, he doesn't want to get into that kind of notion because a vast majority of people who are not in the millionaire class like Dave is aren't even dealing with those ideas. It's just for him.
These are big ideas. Not everybody can even be thinking about these ideas. They're so big. Wouldn't 10% of a bigger number be more? Wouldn't 10% of a bigger number be more than what? I don't know. With the information I have, I can genuinely say I don't know.
Fairness. This is where he starts to get really stupid and completely undercuts his own argument for the flat tax.
Without favoritism, meaning everyone has to pay 10%. And if you make $1 million a year, you got to pay 10% on that, so you're paying $100,000. And if you make $100,000 a year, you got to pay 10% of that, so you're paying $10,000. That would be fair, but they don't really mean that. Otherwise, they would be arguing for a flat tax, which is something that sort of more libertarian Republican types, Steve Forbes types, have been arguing for 30 some odd years. After I've been, I paid taxes when I buy groceries, and I pay taxes when I put gas in my car, and there's payroll taxes and everything else. So we're all paying taxes throughout the year. How about we just, you could eliminate you could eliminate income tax altogether, federal income tax, but let's put that aside for a second. We don't have to go full Ron Paul here. But you might just...
Full Ram Paul. I don't know who this Ram Paul is, but could be better than Rand or Ron, although if this is his ideology, I'm not so sure.
How about we just lower the rates for everybody? Everyone has a little bit more of their own money and then decides what to do with it themselves. And that's how you jumpstart the economy, because almost everybody, there's 350 million Americans, almost everybody, if you suddenly... Really, think about this.
Oh, thinking so hard right now.
I'd say 10% more of your money this year.
Yeah.
You most likely would spend that money, right? You most likely
I might.
save that.
Okay.
I might.
There's so much that is
I personally would. That's because I'm not exactly I'm not making that Dave Rubin money though. You know? And the fact is if Dave Rubin made 10% more money, I don't think he would necessarily need to spend that money. You know, most people who are making normal amounts of money, not millions of dollars a year for, I don't know, a couple hours of content a month or something. All right, he makes more than that. I guess my point is that, you know, he's not having to go out there in the, you know, the elements or whatever else in the job market. And yet, you know, he's here saying, oh, you know, it's all the same. You personally, you watching this video, you and me were the same. It's like, no, shut up, Dave. Not the same. Dave will continue buying the same amount of stuff he's already buying because he's making a shit ton of money. If anything, he'll just invest that money. He'll probably put it in stocks or bonds, whatever it is Dave Rubin invests in. Maybe Truth Central stock, Trump Media. I really do hope his entire net worth is in Trump Media stock. All right, now let's talk about the election a little bit, And more specifically, we're gonna talk the debate and other things like that. Start off with this CBS News from 5 hours ago. New poll shows Harris and Trump in close race.
So our monitors take us back to a battleground blitz by Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So right now they're courting voters during what is really a razor-thin margin time for both camps. The reality for both candidates in battleground states is they have to fight and fight every day. Harris is prepared for the upcoming presidential debate between stops inside stores in Pittsburgh. She was seen talking, even hugging a lot of voters there inside those stores. She's there because she wants to boost her platform of small businesses. Trump, meanwhile, you can see him right here behind us, behind bulletproof glass. He put his money on Wisconsin, rallying voters there. So as they talk to voters, they have one eye on this. This is their reality. This is according to a CBS News poll. Wisconsin is one of 3 states where Harris and Trump are neck and neck among voters. Harris holds a tight lead in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And our polling also gives us a read on where voters are on the issues. While voters felt Trump is the better candidate to help with the economy and inflation, a majority felt Harris is more likely to help the middle class. So take this to the bank. We are where the candidates are day in and day out. And CBS News campaign reporter Jake Rosen talking Team Trump in just a minute. But first, CBS News political reporter Aaron Navarro streams with us from Pittsburgh. Aaron, tight numbers going into the debate tomorrow. How is Harris getting ready for this?
This is a crucial state.
Now, before we get to that, I figured we'd quickly look at this because while this particular CBS News poll does show them neck and neck, 50-50 in Pennsylvania, I just want to look at this really quickly. This is the 538 poll site where they do the aggregation of the polls, and Harris is still ahead by 1 percentage point right now. 46.7 to 45.7. It still does, of course, leave approximately 6 or 7% of the vote on the table. But yeah, that's at least, you know, the broader view of the state of Pennsylvania right now. But they are right; things are very tight
in Pennsylvania for the November election. And in part, that's why you've seen Vice President Harris here in downtown Pittsburgh since last Thursday preparing for the debate. Sources close to the campaign tell CBS News they're kind of pulling out all the stops as they prepare. They have an advisor playing the role of former President Trump during their mock debates, even dressing up as him. And sources also tell CBS News that they are using full-on debate television lights as they prepare and as Harris prepares her answers for tomorrow night.
All right, so it seems we're at the point in time right now where every move by every candidate really reveals some strategy. After the debate, where's Kamala Harris headed?
She is going to North Carolina for a handful of rallies on Thursday, and then she is coming back here to Pennsylvania, but on the other side of the state, the eastern part of the state near Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, on Friday, showing that they are ready to get back onto the trail after this debate tomorrow, and showing again the importance that they're placing on Pennsylvania, which will be crucial for both candidates to win if they want to get to 270 electoral college votes later this.
Okay, hold on. But yeah, as you can see, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are apparently working pretty hard to get themselves prepared for this debate, including mock debates with stand-ins for each other and debate-style lighting and everything. Alright, let's go here to the end of this video real quick so we can look at this poll they got up.
Since the last debate, that Donald Trump is now seen as in the red, no pun intended, on having a weakness among voters about who voters see as the most competent.
Oh boy. Seems like people think Donald Trump is taking crazy pills more than Harris is at this time by about 20 percentage points across the board.
And able-bodied to be president. Obviously, as we remember going back into the last debate, it was President Biden who had that worry on his mind. So we'll see exactly how those fears play out. But this engagement with younger voters and specifically going to events.
Now, remember, if she holds these 3 states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as well as the rest of the expected sort of states, New York, California, and so on and so forth, that's enough to get 270 right there. Of course, we've talked about many of the other paths that Kamala Harris has should see a turn down any one of these potential states here. But this may very well carry some amount of weight here. People seeing Donald Trump as being much more unhinged mentally than Kamala Harris at this time.
The UFC and things like that is really what the Trump campaign wants to have their posture be going forward for these young.
Yeah, that's a good way to tell everybody that you got everything mentally together. UFC. Because everybody involved in UFC is very, just, together and mentally capable at all times. People like that Joe Rogan. Oh, he's always dealing with big level ideas. The chatter just asked if there will be an audience. An audience for what? I don't see a chat about this. Is this a different chat you're talking about? I don't know what we're talking about now. Alright, let's go here. This was Kamala Harris getting onto Air Force 2, I guess? Apparently she was traveling somewhere in Pennsylvania where reporters were outside asking questions. I think that was a confident walk-off. I feel like if she heard it, she's thinking to herself, hell yeah, Trump should be worried. But, yeah, there's Kamala Harris apparently just plugging away at all of this. Now, let's go to Zateo from 6 hours ago. Mehdi Hassan had some advice for Kamala Harris. Let's hear what that is.
It's the big debate on Tuesday night, Kamala Harris versus Donald J. Trump. The last debate didn't go so well for the Dems, with Joe Biden crashing and burning live on television and having to later step aside from the race.
We have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
The Harris campaign have briefed reporters that they plan to get under Donald Trump's skin in Philadelphia on Tuesday evening, and that is exactly the right thing to do to a thin-skinned, narcissistic bully like Trump. And Vice President, if you're watching, here are 5 pieces of advice from me as a debater for what you should really do to get under his skin, to bait him and throw him off balance, to expose him to the world as the petulant, bigoted man-child that he is. Number 1, remind him that he's a convicted criminal, but also that he's been found liable for rape.
Illegal.
Yes, rape. Call him a rapist. A judge has literally said that you can indeed call him a rapist. You can say that what he did was rape. That is the word that can be used in the common parlance. And you've already publicly said that he's been found liable for sexual abuse.
And separately found liable for committing sexual abuse.
He'll lose it on the night when you say that to him, and he'll probably say more ridiculous, defamatory things like this.
But she made up a story, it's fabricated 100%, that I attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman.
Number 2, a puppet. Vladimir Putin's puppet, Xi Jinping's puppet, the oil industry and gun lobby's puppet, Elon Musk's puppet. It's all true, and he'll turn into a pissed-off child when you do it. Just ask Hillary Clinton.
Look, Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that.
So you think that Kamala is playing 8 Mile in Air Force 2, losing herself in the moment in the music? You get one shot. Do not miss your chance.
Because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians.
You're the puppet. Number 3, mock him. Mock the fascist. Mock the wannabe strongman. It's the best way to remove whatever power they think they have over you. And with Trump, there's so much to mock. Mock his intellect. Mock his garbled rhetoric. Mock his golf skills. Mock the size of his crowds.
It's science.
Make fun of him. He won't be able to handle a woman, a black woman, ridiculing him.
I mean, this woman is dangerous.
If I came
ladies and
onto a
gentlemen.
stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my
me,
goodness.
and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was a nasty, that wasn't a question. She
Sir,
didn't ask
you
me a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
Number 4.
He is such a petulant child. And he's nearly 80 years old.
Your running mate, Tim Walz, has called Trump and Vance weird. It works. Call him weird. You yourself have said in the past, apparently, you said in 2020 that if he tried to intimidate you on the debate stage, you'd turn around and say to him, why are you being so weird? Do it. Call him weird. This is how he feels about it.
Well, they're the weird ones, and if you've ever seen her with the laugh and everything else, that's a weird deal going on there. They're the weird ones. Nobody's ever called me weird.
I've never
I'm a
been
lot of
weird.
things, but weird I'm
Nobody's
not.
ever called me
Number
weird.
5, don't let him interrupt you.
I'm the least weird person at school, at the military academy that my daddy sent me to when I was a boy. They said, Donald, you are the least weird child we have ever had in the history of this school. And I said, you better write that down. People aren't going to believe me later when I run for president.
When he does, because he will, do to him what you did to Mike Pence in 2020 when Pence interrupted you.
This is important.
Susan,
And I
I
want to
have
add,
to
but
weigh in
if,
here.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in.
He won't be able to handle it.
Now they have Kamala, who they say has many deficiencies, but she's a nasty person. The way she treated Mike Pence was horrible. The way she treats people is horrible.
Donald Trump has gotten away with bullshitting and bullying at debates and interviews for far too long. If a veteran prosecutor can't take down the convicted felon, then who can?
Good question, Matty. Good question. Yeah, I thought that was all pretty good advice. All pretty good advice there. All of it from Mehdi. I mean, of course, The guy knows politics. He knows his shit. Okay. Speaking of that prosecutorial speciality of Kamala Harris, let's look at some of her work in some of the Senate hearings over the years. I guess we'll start here. This is from 6 years ago, NBC News. This is footage of Kamala Harris grilling Brett Kavanaugh.
Judge, have you ever discussed Special Counsel Mueller or his investigation with anyone?
Well, it's in the news every day.
Have you discussed it with anyone?
With other judges, I know.
Have you discussed Mueller or his investigation with anyone at Kasowitz, Benson, and Torres, the law firm founded by Mark Kasowitz, President Trump's personal lawyer?
Illegal.
Be sure about your answer.
Well, I'm not
I like beer. Wait, well, I do. I like beers, and if you have a problem with beers, well, then you have a problem with me, Brett Kavanaugh. Brett, the man Kavanaugh. That's what they used to call me.
Are you certain you've not had a conversation with anyone at that law firm?
Kasowitz, Benson.
What's it now?
Benson, and Torres, which is the law firm founded by Mark Kasowitz, who is President Trump's personal lawyer. Have you had any conversation about Robert Mueller or his investigation with anyone at that firm? Yes or no?
Well, is there a person you're talking about?
I'm asking you a very direct.
She literally said multiple names. Is there a person? I don't know what that means.
Yes or no?
What are people?
I don't think I'm not remembering.
I mean, this guy is a Supreme Court justice, and he seems to be confused as to what a question is.
I'm happy to be refreshed, or if you want to tell me who you're thinking
are you saying that with all that you remember, you have an impeccable memory? You've been speaking for almost 8 hours, I think more, with this committee about all sorts of things you remember. Yeah. How can you not remember whether or not you had a conversation about Robert Mueller or his investigation with anyone at that law firm?
It's very specific.
It's only been going on for so long, sir. So
right,
please
I'm not
answer
sure.
the question.
I'm just trying to think. Do I know anyone who works at that firm? I might know.
Have you had? That's not my question. The question is, have you had a conversation with anyone at that firm about that investigation? It's a really specific question.
I would like to know the person you're thinking of, because what if there's...
I think you're thinking of someone you don't want to tell us.
Well, I hope she brings it like that at the debate here coming up tomorrow night. By the way, I noticed you got your 40 likes in, so you got your 4th emotional support character. You got Archer, aka the greatest spy in the world. All right, let's go here. This is Kamala Harris from 5 years ago, grilling Attorney General Barr. And this would have been during the Trump administration.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Barr, has the President or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone?
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
Has
the President...
I love how Kamala Harris got AG Barr to do a Elmer Fudd impression. Say, folks, I do not know.
or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir?
The president or anybody else?
Seems you'd remember something like that and be able to tell us.
Yeah, but I'm trying to grapple with the word suggest. I mean, there have been discussions of matters out there that they have not asked me to open an investigation, but
Perhaps they've suggested?
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
Hinted?
I don't know.
Prompted.
Inferred?
Opined upon, perhaps. Any more synonyms that would work for you, Mr. Barr? Yeah, it's not going to look great on TV. If you got, I don't know. How many people do you think are going to be watching this debate? The last one, I think, got 50, 60 million. My guess is more. My guess is going to be more this time. Too bad that the moderators won't be as good at this as Kamala. Well, hopefully Kamala will make up for any sort of moderator ineptitude. All right, we got one more of these. This is Washington Post from 4 years ago. This is a good old-fashioned montage that they got here for us, showing Kamala's grilling of different Trump officials and appointees in the Senate.
Are you willing or are you not willing to give him the authority to be fully independent of your ability statutorily and legally to fire him?
He has the
Yes or no, sir?
He has the full independence that is authorized by those regulations.
Did you have any communications with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have not been disclosed in public or to this committee?
I don't recall it.
Sir,
I don't
just a few-
Well, you let me
recall it.
qualify it. If I don't qualify it, you'll accuse me.
There's so much I don't recalling going on right now. Kavanaugh cannot recall. Attorney General Barr, he can't recall. Now sitting Attorney General Jeff Sessions cannot recall either. Recalling is difficult, as it turns out.
Lying.
Do you believe the previous interrogation techniques were immoral? I'm not asking, do you believe they were legal? I'm asking, do you believe they were immoral?
Senator, I believe that CIA did extraordinary work to prevent another attack on this country.
Please answer the question.
Am I covering the debate on stream? That's the plan. That is the plan, Omega. I think that's who asked it, right? Wait, no. Was it Narwhal? Who did the... This is Omega. With the redeemed highlight my message on Twitch there for 100 space monies.
I think I've answered the question.
No, you've not. Have you had any conversation
No, you've not.
about Robert Mueller or his investigation with anyone at that firm? Yes or no?
Well, is there a person you're talking about?
I'm asking you a very direct question.
Okay, we already watched the Kavanaugh bit. Cool. Everyone streaming it is going to be hard to... I know. Maybe I won't stream it. Maybe I'll just lurk in other people's streams. I don't know. How many... I saw it too. I see how many people are ready to stream already tomorrow with their little links. Of course, all the big media people, they got their streams ready to go. I also see that... God. Trying to think of all the people that I saw. Letterhack has a pre-stream set up. Dan from the internet. I don't know, a bunch of them. I know I saw a bunch. I can't even remember now who. I do not recall. Okay, now a few more stories here to do in this half of the show. To stay on politics, but to also sort of transition to tech and other things of that nature. Let's go here to France 24 English from 4 hours ago. According to them, no, Kamala Harris did not pledge to shut down Zitter if elected president.
Next, it's Truth or Fake. This evening, I'm joined by Catalina Marchand de Breo. In today's edition, Catalina, good to have you with us. Will Kamala Harris shut down Elon Musk's X if she becomes the next president of the United States?
Well, Sharon, coincidentally, that is the rumor that is circulating on X, echoed by none other than Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who recently endorsed Republican candidate Donald Trump.
Of course, Robert.
On September 3rd, he claims that Kamala Harris...
This guy is such an embarrassment. It's like, I don't know what it would be like to be in his family, but wow. I mean, come on. Come on, pal. Just spreading misinformation on Twitter about Twitter after dropping out of the presidential. This is what you're reduced to, sir.
To declare in a video that Elon Musk would have, and I quote, lost his privileges. In other words, implying what this other user also says, that Kamala would shut down X if she wins. Both of these claims have received an enormous amount of views on X. This one posted by Kennedy received viewed over 29 million times, and this post from Clown World viewed over 22 million times as well, while the original post was by
Clown World. That does sound reputable.
A staggering amount of 34 million.
Sounds almost as reputable as Galactic News Network. What do you think? What sounds more reputable, Clown World or Galactic News?
Views on X, saying once again Kamala supports what Brazil just did, the decision to block X nationwide. To which Elon Musk replied to all of this. He says free speech is the bedrock of democracy, and the Democratic Party
of
Kamala wants to destroy it.
It is rich to hear Elon Musk talking about the bedrock of democracy as if he likes democracy. He wants a fucking a libertarian sort of feudalistic society now that he's on top of the pile, if you will. Now that he's basically one of the richest men on the planet, he just wants to set all the... He doesn't want democracy. He doesn't want the poor's dictating anything. That is ridiculous. This man hates democracy.
Was this video of Harris even recent, Catalina?
Well, this video is actually an excerpt from a CNN interview, an old CNN interview from October 15th, 2019, and as indicated, where Kamala Harris was actually talking about a ban on Donald Trump on Twitter at the time, and not a ban on X. As indicated also right here on X by Jake Tapper himself, the CNN journalist who conducted this 2019 interview, posted together with the entire transcript of this interview on the CNN website, where the vice president was actually responding to a question regarding a call for Twitter, at the time her call on Twitter, to suspend the account of former President Donald Trump.
Oh. Okay, there we go. We don't need to go further into this one. It's fucking ridiculous. It's a RFK conspiracy theory special, which ends in, well, a dead end. With clearly Kamala asking for Donald Trump's account to be, or at least discussing the suspension of Donald Trump's Twitter account. Let's go here. I'm going to keep talking about tech. But let's talk about how it's affecting some workers. And by some, I mean literally millions at this point, I think. Let's go here. More perfect union from 8 hours ago. We put 7 Uber drivers in one room. What we found will shock you.
Why does Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor, right?
In 2023, a law professor published a paper with shocking implications. Her research found that tech firms like Uber and Lyft were using secret algorithms to dictate what drivers earn, based on factors we can't even see. She called it algorithmic wage discrimination. And this technology, or revolution, isn't restricted to rideshare companies.
Once that technology is in there, they can raise prices. On a hot summer day, you know, I want a lot of ice cream, I want lemonade. They're running low, they can raise the price.
The price of milk, even your paycheck, the very fabric of our economy, all controlled by invisible and unaccountable algorithms. So about a year ago, I started reaching out to the companies. They largely denied it, only to contradict themselves a few months later.
I don't want reality.
Then I reached out to the academics. And one of the frustrating things was that the evidence seemed to be in the shadows. A single study, a hint in an earnings call, a story from a driver. It was mostly theoretical. Until a few months ago, when I got an email from a guy. I had published a video that argued Uber's newfound profitability came at the expense of drivers and riders. He said, we were at the tip of the iceberg. So I called him. We talked. 3 weeks later, I was on a flight to Los Angeles, looking to settle the question once and for all. Are rideshare companies offering drivers different rates for the same work? What I found put the legality of this whole tech revolution in question.
They have broken every single local, state, federal law when it comes to labor, when it comes to transportation.
Illegal.
That's Sergio Avedian. He sent me the email. He's an experienced driver and a senior contributor at The Rideshare Guy, an influential resource for gig economy workers.
We were used to something called a rate card. We were used to getting paid by time and distance.
Then, overnight, the transparency vanished, replaced by a secret algorithm that takes into account potentially hundreds of different variables. They called it upfront pricing. Uber's losses turned to profits around that same time. Coincidence? I don't know. Lyft followed suit, and now they claim they're on the path to profitability.
The algorithms are set up in a way to charge the rider as much as it's possible and to pay the driver as little as possible.
A lot of drivers feel Uber and Lyft are paying different wages for the same rides. But we don't really know because the companies, they aren't talking.
We're doing a very simple thing. We're picking up people point A to dropping off point B. I shouldn't make less money than the next guy. I should not. But because it's not regulated, because we don't have rate cards, because we don't know what we're going to make, trip to trip, it's demoralizing, it's upsetting.
So with Sergio's help, we decided to test it. We called 7 experienced drivers to a high-traffic area in Los Angeles with the sole purpose of testing if rideshare companies are paying different rates for the same rides. At the start, each driver will activate their screen capture software, open up the app, and place their phone.
Wait, hold on. Can't watch this whole thing. It's like a little long. Still got a bunch more stuff to talk about here today. California is on fire. At least Southern California. Why am I on this screen? Oh shit, it's right here, isn't it? Fuck it.
He's getting paid $1 more if he goes there, according to the map, and nobody else is. Nobody else is seeing that dollar surge.
We found that Uber offered this.
You know, in fact, I was trying to do something like this at one point. I was working for Instacart, and they changed their pay system from being a rate-based pay based upon how many items you were getting and whatever else, to being an algorithmic system where a robot decided how much you were worth based upon the batch and everything else, and whatever they decided was important to the pricing. And I think I've got like a massive folder of stuff, but it's from years ago now. But it's not just Uber, is my point, is that all of these gig economy companies, Uber, DoorDash, Instacart, like all of them are doing this kind of stuff. Even Amazon, I think, is starting to try and do it to its drivers. To some degree, I heard some weird shit with that, which is insane.
Rides 46 times to multiple drivers. 63% of the time, one of the drivers was offered a bit less money for the exact same ride.
They want to make a few pennies difference, a few pennies on 2.7 billion trips a quarter, which is from the last earnings report, is millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Lyft was even worse. The price gap wasn't just a little off, it was a lot off. We saw differences of up to $3 to $4 after bonuses, and drivers don't know why one person gets a bonus and another doesn't.
Well, that adds up like on 30 trips to $10 a day. That's $300 a month. Why should I get paid less, $300 a month?
Yeah.
Than the other guy?
I contacted Uber and Lyft to see how they would calculate fares. Lyft, well, they never responded.
Of course not.
Uber directed me to a blog post.
Oh, good.
When I explained the experiment's results, they replied by copying and pasting a portion of that same blog post.
Yo, as not lazy as shit. Here's a blog post.
The section outlines different reasons drivers could see different fares. But we controlled for everything that we could. We called the drivers to the same space, placed their phones inches apart, had drivers monitoring incoming promotions, and constantly refreshing their screen. The only thing we didn't account for was any secret test Uber could have been running at the time.
Ooh, secret
Which
tests.
we couldn't because the fare algorithm is secret and the test is secret. There's a whole lot of questions here, like mainly, is this legal? And there's no laws against algorithmic wage discrimination. That article I mentioned at the start suggests that opaque algorithms can easily facilitate violations of anti-discrimination laws. Uber denies this, but their own research reveals a glaring disparity. Women drivers earn 7% less than men, potentially due to algorithmic wage setting.
So yeah, I mean the algorithm knows stuff about you. You give Uber information, these other sorts of app-based delivery companies, your information when you're becoming employed with them. They know who you are. They do background checks on you and whatever else. They have a copy of your driver's license, usually, I believe. Things like that. They're able to use that to one degree or another. I mean, might as well put it in the system, right? I mean, if you're Uber and Instacart, there's no law against doing it. There's no law against putting someone's race, or gender or whatever else into an algorithm. What's the laws on that exactly, right? It should be. It sounds illegal as shit when you say it like that, but that's exactly what we're talking about here, including other sorts of, anti-worker type shit. It's a veritable cornucopia of seeming labor violations. At least from my compass, that's blinking red right now. All right, let's move on. That's about. I mean, if you want to see the rest of that, of course, go to More Perfect Union. There's a great channel. In fact, I think one of the creators from More Perfect Union even spoke at the DNC this year. What's his name? Travis? I could be wrong. Whatever. Let's go to Canada real quick. Here's CBC News from 4 hours ago. Apparently in Coutts, Alberta. Coutts, Alberta blockade protesters have been sentenced to prison time. I believe 6 and some number of months. 6 years and some number of months is the sentence on this one.
In Alberta, 2 men were sentenced today to 6.5 years for their role in the Coutts border blockade. It was one of several across the country to protest COVID rules and vaccine mandates in 2022. CBC's Aaron Collins is outside the courthouse in Alberta, and he joins us with more on the sentencing. So, Aaron, take us through the details.
Right. Well, to take you through the details of today, you almost have to kind of go back in time a little bit, right? You got to go back to the dark, cold days of February in 2022 when the border just south of here was blocked off for 2 whole weeks, and that protest that, of course, was all wrapped up in those COVID restrictions that was taking over Parliament Hill as well. So these gentlemen were arrested way back then with a giant cache of weapons. They had bulletproof vests and they had a large amount of ammunition there. And they were initially charged with conspiring to murder RCMP officers. In addition to that, charged with having these weapons and for a dangerous purpose and for mischief, for blocking off that border. Now, they were not convicted of the most serious charge, which was conspiring to kill those police officers, but they were convicted of those mischief charges and of having these dangerous weapons for a dangerous purpose. So what happened?
Okay. That's all we really need, I think. These 2 guys were basically stocking up on weapons to take down the government, or at least some part of the government, because of sort of, held beliefs about the COVID pandemic and the restrictions that some companies had, I guess. Although I don't know that much about what restrictions were in place in Canada, but I don't think they were that much more. Maybe they were more stringent than the United States. Although when I think about it, they did close I think Canada closed the border. I think that was part of it. I think that was part of why the truckers were mad. Alright, let's go here. This has to do with a different thing in Canada. This is Reuters from 16 hours ago. Couche-Tard is pressing the owner of 7-Eleven for talks over its interest in a massive $39 billion takeover deal.
Retailer Alimentation Couche-Tard isn't giving up on its bid to take over Japan's 7 & I, owner of the 7-Eleven convenience store chain. The Canadian firm said Sunday it remained keen on pursuing a buyout and wanted confidential talks. 7 & I has so far rejected the $38.5 billion offer. It says the deal is not in the best interest of shareholders and would run foul of antitrust watchdogs. Couche-Tard, which owns the Circle K brand, says it could address those worries by divesting some assets. It said it was confident of arranging finance for the bid, which would be the largest ever foreign takeover of a Japanese.
I find this fascinating. The 7-Eleven is, to hear a multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation saying, that's probably illegal antitrust. That's not, you don't hear that ever. Like, you never hear that from any corporation. So it sort of blew my mind just now. But they probably aren't wrong.
Company. It would also be the biggest all-cash offer for any firm since Elon Musk bought Twitter for just over $40 billion in 2022. By Monday lunchtime, 7 & I stock was up over 2%. That put it above the $14.86 per share offered by Couche-Tard. The Japanese company has said even a significantly bigger offer wouldn't convince it. 7 & I is much larger than Couche-Tard in terms of sales, stores and employees. Yet its shares have underperformed for years amid criticism of its structure and corporate culture.
Okay. Well, I get the sense that this won't happen, but it is a antitrust concern, in my opinion. It's just more corporate consolidation in an attempt to be able to, wield more impunity on the consumer, increase profits, things like that. Usually when they talk about increased reach, it's really about lack of competition. Alright, let's go here. CBS News from 51 minutes ago. Well, this couldn't have been 51 minutes. It must have been... I think this happened right before the stream. Or it didn't happen right before. This story came out right before the stream. This is discussing Google's second antitrust trial, which is now underway. This time, it is not over its backdoor dealings on being the default search. This has to do with online ads.
The Justice Department launched its second antitrust trial against Google on Monday. The DOJ accuses Google of illegally monopolizing the digital ad market.
Illegal.
This comes 1 month after a federal judge ruled that Google monopolized the online search market. Nico Grant joins us now from Oakland, California. He's a technology correspondent for the New York Times and has covered Google extensively over the years. Nico, can we start just with a definition of terms here? What is the ad market that we're talking about for those who aren't in the know?
Right. You know, Google obviously very famously has search and it has YouTube, places where it serves ads. But when we say the ad tech business of Google, this is a part that most consumers don't see. It's behind the scenes. You know, every time you go to a publisher's website, whether it's the New York Times, whether it's the Washington Post, the page loads and you see an ad in the middle of a story. You might see it on the right margin. And this is called a display ad that is found across the web. Essentially, the division within Google that helps to place a lot of these types of ads across the web is what's come under scrutiny in this particular case. Google has technology that publishers use to try to sell ad space. It has technology that marketers use to place ads. And then it has these auction systems that work in the middle as exchanges. And the Department of Justice thinks that that's simply too much concentration of power.
And just to put a figure on this, as I understand it, that 78% of Google's parent company, Alphabet's revenue, and that's $307 billion in revenue, 78% comes from this ads. In other words, this is a big piece of business.
No kidding.
That is the figure for Google Ads overall. So that would include search.
$1/3 of $1 trillion. It's fucking nonsense. It's a nonsense amount of money.
Which we saw in another DOJ case that resolved last month. And that also includes YouTube and ads on, Google Maps and other places. The particular division within that broad figure is worth about $31 billion in revenue last year, which is 10% of Google's total revenue of $307 billion. I mean, still quite large for, most industries.
And
quite, certainly. Pretty much anybody. I mean, you're talking in the billions of dollars. Most people, it's a nearly unfathomable amount of money. That's like 1/5 of what you're worth? Wow. Wow, Bovine. Can I direct you to the Cash App and or PayPal links? Seem to be enjoying the show. Could be helping support it with your apparent billions of dollars. Okay, now let's go here, wrap it up the tech talk. Associated Press 5 hours ago. Apple unveils new iPhone 16 with shift into AI. Okay. That's good enough. I'm probably going to get copyright struck just for that. Fuck you, Apple. Okay. Okay. I just realized what was happening just now. Every time I do this, I regret it. Because Apple immediately copy claims or whatever content claims it, and it just ruins my day. Because it makes the video blocked. Like, the second that it posts, it gets blocked across the entire world. It's very rude. I have to go and edit it out. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube there. If you've done both of those things, well, then I would recommend other ways of perhaps supporting the Galactic News Network. In fact, there's links in chat right above you. Things like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All of these things are great ways to help support the Galactic News Network. I would say the best way is through Patreon. You just set up that, $3 a month subscription. You can forget about it and get access to all those super sweet galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, you can chill poolside in your avatar, or by the space bar over here, sipping sweet galactic cocktails. Really, limitless, nearly limitless, that's going too far, nearly limitless options. And yeah, well, aside from that, other great Patreon benefits include things like shoutouts at the end of the show, the Galactic patron, super secret patron Discord channel inside of the Galactic Discord server. That's right. All of that and so much more. Alright, enjoy this space break. I will be right back. You just notice that the bar, you just notice that the bar is by the pool in the first shot. It's all interconnected. It's a world of galactic magic and majesty. Alright, chat. That is the end of the intermission. We are going to get on to the second half of the show. So get back in your seats, space fams. God damn it, words. Well, we are going to get right into the environmental half here, which is just going to be full of fun today. And by fun, I mean not fun. Do we have 5 emotional support characters? No, we do not. Do we have 50 likes? It's impressive. Okay. I will try to make that happen for you. Right now the software is a little bit behind. I think it's not that behind to the point where I will be able to bring you your 5th and very deserved emotional support character. So, fret not. Alright, let's go to CBS Evening News from a day ago. Line fire prompts thousands to evacuate. This is a fire which we've now been watching since it was a baby. It was 100 acres. And it is now racing to become the largest fire in California right now, at least actively. However, 2 other fires have now sprouted up in the southern California region, the Boyles fire and the Bridge fire as well. So we're just going to be looking at all 3 of these fucking fires as they are all rapidly getting out of control right now. Okay, let's just go here first. So the line fire here is outside of LA, and we have no sound. Please wait. Please hold. There we go.
Tonight, the fire crews in California are battling 14 wildfires across the state, fueled by a dangerous heat wave and high winds. The worst of them is raging in San Bernardino County. The line fire has more than quadrupled in size this weekend, prompting the evacuation of more than 11,000 people. CBS's Elise Preston is there for us tonight.
Jerika, we're at the base of the mountains where these fast-moving winds are fueling flames as they just jump around the area. Thousands have already been forced to evacuate. Crews struggle to slow the spread of the explosive line fire east of Los Angeles. It doubled in size overnight to more than 17,000 acres. The speed and intensity of the inferno forcing the entire mountain communities of Running Springs and Arrow Bear Lake to flee to safety.
Keep my critters safe, and that's the important thing.
Firefighters are battling the flames in triple-digit conditions. Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency Saturday night to get more resources and money to help the fire fight.
Look at that, Soul Life woke up. Woke up just in time to see Southern California engulfed in flames. Lucky you, Soul Life. Good to have, I think, all of the mods here right now. All three. The triumvirate. Could be wrong. Yep. Yep, I see all three of you. Okay. Let's go here. This is from 19 hours ago. Boyle's fire prompts evacuations in Clear Lake. This is outside of, this is like basically outside of San Francisco. I think it's north of, I could be wrong on that one, honestly, but it is in the Bay Area, surrounding at least.
We are also following developing news in the North Bay. A fast-moving brush fire leaves behind a trail of destruction in Lake County.
Yeah, so far it has burned 90 acres in Clear Lake. It is just 10% contained. Already dozens of buildings have been destroyed.
Damn.
Many of those are homes.
NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord has been in Clear Lake all night and has the latest on the firefight.
Here in Clear Lake, the Boyles fire has upended people's lives, and the risk is not over yet. Crews are still working to put out hot spots. Behind me are homes that have been burned, cars that have been burned, and people's lives that will be changed forever by this blaze. State and local leaders say this is yet another fire for a county and a community that's been historically hard hit. More than 4,000 people in Clear Lake had to evacuate after the flames sparked at around 2 this afternoon. Firefighters say so far 30 buildings have burned, as have 40 to 50 cars. Along 18th Street, we saw several homes that were completely destroyed.
In our assessment, we have identified 30 structures. So we wouldn't call them homes yet, but we have 30 structures that are lost.
Fortunately, no injuries have been reported outside of people going to the hospital with breathing issues. But the Lake County Fire Chief says the flames moved fast. They don't know the cause yet, but they say the fire quickly jumped city blocks.
Wow, that thing is just destroying these buildings like they're nothing. Good God. It's just ashes left in that one picture. Well, this is not going to be good for people's insurance, which has been a huge topic of discussion here at the Galactic News Network, as Californian home insurance has been a freaking disaster. Jerry McLean on Twitch. Good to see you on the Twitch. That's right, people. You can have multi-screen experience. You'd be watching on YouTube one place, you'd be watching on Twitch in another, and you're in your bathroom or whatever. I don't know. Just throwing things out here. All right. Let's go here. This was live coverage from yesterday from a channel called SB9 Incident Response. As you can see, the flames in the background are fucking insane. I mean, I don't know exactly, it's hard to tell how high those were, but Jesus Christ. They appear to be incredibly high. This, I assume this is a local sort of stringer, if you will, running around trying to get footage. And it's honestly all pretty fucking, like, perfect spots, it would seem. I mean, look at this. This is insane. That's got to be a couple 100 feet high. Can we stop subsidizing Exxon now? Good question, PP. Who do we ask about that? I mean, I know that Donald Trump wants to drill baby drill, and Kamala wants to keep the natural gas exploitation, fracking, all that going on. So I guess we start with Kamala, go from there. Or do we start at the bottom and go to the top? I don't know. What is the pink stuff called? I call it pink stuff. It's called Phos-check. Phos-check, because there's apparently some kind of phosphorus in there. And no, it's not the kind of phosphorus that's supposedly bad for humans, but it does make me every time I see it, I'm like, is that good for humans? I mean, I know fire's bad for humans too, so but it just creeps me out. Okay. I think that's enough of the sort of on the ground footage. Oh shit, hold on, sorry. I can't come. There we go. Okay. We've added at least one of your support characters now. It's just behind. I think I've explained this, but like it's just the software's behind, so it's like slowly catching up and I have to keep track of where it's at. I've got like 30 different scenes that we sort of go through back and forth over here. Alright, where was I? Yes, alright, let's go here. This is NBC LA from 11 hours ago, talking about the bridge fire in San Gabriel. In the San Gabriel Mountains, burning over 800 acres, at least at this time.
News Chopper 4 is live over our other big wildfire this morning. Now, this one is the bridge fire. It's in the San Gabriel Mountains. We're going to get right up to Roland Sproul with the very latest on the firefight. Roland.
Well, Lynette, the bridge fire continues to burn out of control here in the East Fork area, Azusa Canyon. This fire broke out, as you've been reporting, just after 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon and threatened the communities of Camp Williams and the River community. Now, it's unclear how many evacuations have taken place, but they have had to evacuate a mobile home park that's included in this community. You can see right now flames really starting to starting to take intensity, I should say, as conditions continue to warm up here. Now, Belen had reported that there's going to be some changing weather conditions. It'll be interesting to see how this changes the fire's directions and so forth. Usually as a low-pressure system or changing atmospheric conditions impact the fire, you're going to see directional changes and that type of thing. So we'll continue to monitor the situation and see what happens, but no reports of any injuries. This fire can.
So the two things that are not helping right now with containing these fires and slowing, or at least just slowing down the rate of increase of growth of these fires, is the heat, which is drying out all of the available fuel, as it's been in the hundreds for the last week, I think, in the South California region, as well as the winds, which are, of course, helping to push all of this stuff. Now, let's just go on here to this. This is ABC News. Thousands forced to evacuate as California wildfires rage.
We turn now to the wildfire raging in Southern California, burning 20,000 acres and forcing thousands to flee their homes. Mola Lengi is in Highland.
Jerry apparently wants firefighting drones. Interesting. It's interesting. It's a thought. It's certainly a thought.
California with the latest. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, Rebecca. As you mentioned, thousands of people here in San Bernardino County have evacuated their homes as this fire continues to burn. More than 20,000 acres torched, including this stretch of mountain brush here. As of this morning, the fire is 0% contained, and this is just one of several fires that continues to rage throughout the region.
This morning, thousands of people in California evacuating from their homes as a massive wildfire ravages the region.
I don't care if the house burns down, but not with him in it.
The line fire burning through more than 20,000 acres and injuring 3 firefighters. Ash and smoke.
I mean, now that we're talking about firefighting drones out there, what I think of what immediately comes to mind is you just what do you call it? You automate one of these planes or helicopters that already do the firefighting, right? You just create some sort of apparatus, technology that hooks up to the main computers of these things and just runs them like that, rather than having a human there.
Stretching out as far as the eye can see.
You can see by all this scorched earth, thousands of acres here in San Bernardino County have already burned. And with thousands of homes and businesses and structures being threatened, evacuations are underway.
Authorities shutting down part of California's State Route 38 due to that same fire. In LA County, the bridge fire growing to around 800 acres in size. Firefighters desperately trying to hold back the inferno. Helicopters and planes flying over the flames, dropping water and fire retardant to beat back the blaze. Meanwhile, in Northern California, authorities racing to shepherd residents to safety as the Boyles fire causes mandatory evacuations.
We need to evacuate all of 18th Avenue from Highway 53 all the way east.
Record-breaking temperatures, dry vegetation, and gusty winds creating the perfect environment for wildfires like these to grow out of control.
You think having autonomous firefighting drones is Skynet? Okay, interesting take. Would you like to elaborate on that? We can drop packages. Why not water and chemicals? That's why we're talking about it. It's a totally fair point. We could be having humans out of harm. Although, I'm trying to think. Is someone vaping? Is someone? Me. I feel like everybody knows that I vape here. I quit smoking recently, and so yes, the vaping does happen. Now, let's go. Where were we? 11 hours. 10 hours. Yes, here. 9 hours ago, KTLA. Line fire explodes to 20,000 acres. People, we were just talking about how this thing was 100 acres on, what was it, Friday? And I said, this thing's probably going to explode. Now I feel bad that I ever said that, because it clearly did, and I feel like it's my fault.
Multiple communities in San Bernardino County are under evacuation orders as the line fire continues to burn out of control. The fire now scorching more than 20,000 acres and is threatening tens of thousands of structures. KTLA's Annie Rose Ramos live in San Bernardino with the latest. Annie Rose, good morning.
Jess, good morning to you. We're standing off of the 330 between Highland and Running Springs, and this is one of the acres that the fire has burned through. At one point, the fire jumping the highway, going from one side to the other, and you can see it is completely scorched earth all around me. Now, we have another images from up above. Sky 5 flying earlier this morning, and you can see a little bit more of where that fire has extended to, as well as the impact that it has had here in San Bernardino County. The governor issuing a state of emergency here in this area that's going to free up a lot of federal funds in order to help get these folks what they need. But we know that a lot of shelters are open and evacuation orders and warnings put in place. Now you can see a little bit better that fire moving throughout and burning more than 20,000 acres at this point, and at this hour only 3% contained.
That's
and
not
here
good.
is what we know as the day goes on. It's only going to get hotter. Now we know that cold air and colder temperatures are coming tomorrow, but they got to get through today. We also know that it's been a weekend of a lot of weather, thunderstorms and rain, only adding to the wind factor that makes this fire all the more unpredictable. Now, we went up to Running Springs. It is under an evacuation orders. However, not everybody has decided to leave, including this one man. Take a listen.
My roommate's got a broken hip, and she's got a rod in it, and she's having trouble walking right now.
Yeah.
I've torn cuff in my arm, so I can't help her much anymore, but we're sticking around. If they tell us to get out, we're going to have to take our chances. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's one thing we talk about is that, you know, people with limited resources or whatever else may be and are most likely to experience the full force of climate change. Moving is difficult for a lot of people. If you're elderly, if you know, have little access to be able to leave your home, whatever it might be, you know, it's just the fact. Hold on, let's keep it moving here. Can't just sit around talking about that this whole time. We got so much. I have too much of this footage. I'm just gonna keep clicking. This is the line fire again. This is from 6 hours
So the
ago?
line fire continues to rage in the San Bernardino National Forest near Highland this morning. More than 20,000 acres have burned and forced evacuations in several mountain communities.
But Coco McAvoy tells us firefighters did manage to make progress on the blaze overnight.
Good morning. Fire officials say the rain from last night helped them get a bit more of control.
Did you hear her? Hot mic.
Morning. Fire officials say the rain from last night helped them get a bit more of control over this line fire burning in San Bernardino County. It is now at more than 20,000 acres. Let's take a look at this map here. The fire is causing a huge number of evacuations in and around Highland, Running Springs, and Forest Falls. The yellow area is where the line fire is burning. The green area is under evacuation warnings, and the red area is under mandatory evacuation.
But just barely able to get through the road check to come up here and get these cute little kiddos. So they're going to go. They're going to go down to a place in Yucaipa.
Fire crews are working around the clock to protect property and keep the line fire from spreading through the San Bernardino National Forest. 3,200 families have evacuated.
There are a lot of homes threatened, and once we got the residents out, our main priority then became their homes. We want to make sure they're still there when they come home, and we still.
Yeesh. Alright, let's go to this one, I guess. This is the Boyles fire again, which apparently is continuing to grow. This is from 7 hours ago.
So I am currently on just past 18th.
Oh my god.
I'm on, or just past Phillips, I'm on 18th, giving you guys kind of a look of the structures right here that you're hearing go up. Here's a look at the structures that have burnt on 20th. Again, I am on 20th Street now.
So yeah, this is that same fire they were talking about that already has burned multiple, well not multiple, dozens of buildings and vehicles along this particular area here. Okay, let's see, where are we? Getting close to current. Good God. Alright, this was from 6 hours ago.
We are in for another day of extreme heat across the region as fire crews battle several wildfires that have forced road closures and also evacuations for surrounding communities.
We have live team coverage this morning. Casey Montoya is monitoring the dangerous conditions. Jennifer McGraw will have the latest on the line fire in San Bernardino County, and Gene Kang is in Woodland Hills where they are bracing for sweltering heat. First, though, Lauren Lister live in Irwindale with an update on the bridge fire that is burning in the Angeles National Forest. Lauren?
Yeah, Glenn, this fire has grown in size now to more than 1,200 acres after starting at 75 yesterday afternoon. We are at the command post for the bridge fire at the Santa Fe Dam here in Irwindale. The Forest Service is in charge here. LA County Fire helping out. Let's take a look at some video because, as I mentioned, this fire broke out, Forest Service says, around 3 in the afternoon yesterday in the Azusa area in the Angeles Forest. Glendora Mountain Road and East Fork Road was where it started. Crews fighting the fire from the air and the ground. The fire's footprint jumping from 75 acres to 800 in just a few hours. Night flying helicopters also helping out, attacking those flames once the sun set. Now, a couple of East Fork communities have been evacuated. Camp Williams, which is a mobile home park and a campground, and then the River community, which is an addiction treatment center. So joining me now to talk a little bit more about this is Celeste Morales. She is a PIO with the Forest Service. Celeste, I'm just going to have you walk over here. Thank you so much for joining us. So obviously, it's been a very hot few days. What's ahead for firefighters as they try to battle these flames? What are the challenges and what's working for them?
Yeah, so as of now, our firefighters are facing extreme weather conditions as well as tough, steep terrain where the fire perimeter is at.
And it's 0% contained, so a lot of work to be done ahead. Are there any other concerns about possible evacuations or road closures or threats to people?
So as of now, our current evacuation, it is for the East Fork community, River community, and Camp Williams, and of course the forest visitors.
Okay, let's go to this one. This is Associated Press from 6 hours ago. It really does seem like the situation's just getting worse and worse. We have multiple fires across California, all just sort of seemingly all out of control and threatening. We've seen a lot of fires this year, but many of them haven't necessarily been threatening structures, but these fires have certainly been doing that. I mean, that line fire, this line fire is right along, like, the suburbs of LA. Your school is up near the line fire and you have air quality warnings? Yeah. Yeah, they've been talking about the air quality. I didn't even put the air quality in here because of just how wild just the images of the fire are. But yeah, I have been seeing those air quality advisories as well. Shit, my phone died. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my bearings somewhere around here. I just knocked over my drink and my phone died at the same time. It was truly a calamity of epic proportions. Thankfully, I'm still okay. I'm fine. Space station still here. Oh shit! I almost forgot. Perfect timing for me to notice such a thing. I think we now have a Buddy Jesus on a Raptor at the Pride flag. As a 5th emotional support character. Fantastic job, by the way. Just a little round of applause from me to you. Impressed by your tenacity, the thumacity that you have. Okay. Okay, let's go here. CBS News, 6 hours, line fire explodes in size. Only 3% contained. That's not good.
The fast-moving line fire in Southern California has grown to more than 20,000 acres as firefighters battle to contain the flames. The fire is centered in the San Bernardino Mountains east of Los Angeles. Thousands of people have been forced to flee their homes, and as of this morning, the fire is only 3% contained. As fire crews battle not only the flames and the conditions, but also triple-digit temperatures. Ben Tracy is following the developments for us from Mentone, California. Ben, we mentioned these incredibly difficult conditions firefighters are up against. What are you seeing and how are they doing in this fight?
Hey, Lindsay, yeah, so part of the challenge is what's right behind me here. These massive mountains are part of the San Bernardino National Forest, and a lot of this is inaccessible, so where you see some of those smoke plumes coming up, that's obviously where the fire is burning. But to get firefighters into those spots to actually put the fire out, they're having to hike miles at a time sometimes to get to those spots. So a lot of this they're trying to fight from the air with helicopters, with airplanes that drop flame retardant. And they finally have been able to do that in the last 24 hours because the first 48 hours of this firefight, there was just too much smoke in the air that they weren't able to do that. So they do feel like they're turning a bit of a corner, being able to fight this both from the air and from the ground. But obviously, we're also contending with heat. It's going to be about 100 degrees here today. That makes this firefight all the more grueling.
Yeah, you would think that doesn't help. Now, let's go here. What was that? What was that? So here, this is NBC LA from 3 hours ago. Gavin Newsom apparently sending California's National Guard to the line fire to help. Yeah, things are getting out of hand. Maybe he should go fight the fire himself, just like homelessness.
Line fire continues to grow in San Bernardino County. It's burned more than 23,000 acres, and it's just 3% contained. The National Guard is helping with the firefight from the air and assisting with traffic control on the ground as people evacuate that area. NBC4's Christian Cáceres is live near Mentone along Highway 38. Christian, how crucial are the next 24 hours for the crews out there?
Well, Annabelle, I can tell you the very crucial. CAL FIRE telling me that they're keeping a close eye on possible thunderstorms here in the area and also a drop in temperature over the next couple of hours. But also the wind, they tell me right now the wind is blowing north, which is basically pushing the fire away from many of these residential communities. You can see some of
it's
the
a ton of
smoke.
smoke. It is wild.
Some flames that have just popped up over the last couple of minutes.
You can barely see
again,
anything.
The biggest
The visibility is
are
terrible.
facing out here is still the heat and those dry conditions, and of course the poor air quality here is basically a big concern as this wildfire continues to burn. But I do want to show you the area here that is currently burning.
Yeah, look at this.
A 3D.
As I was talking about, just how much of the area is under threat from this fire.
The area here that is currently.
You can see right here, going from here to here. And clearly this could come down and sweep around and hit this side too. And if these buildings start all going up, that's a huge problem too, because then they just start lighting each other on fire because they're right next to each other. It's just a bunch of piles of sticks, 10 feet away from each other. These flames are jumping much further than 10 feet, by the way. It's bad.
Burning. CAL FIRE releasing a 3D model of the area that is mostly rural between Highland and Running Springs in the San Bernardino National Forest. About 1,700 crews are battling this fire, and currently there are more than 36,000 homes threatened. But some good news here is that none have been damaged or destroyed, according to fire officials. Now, the fire has several communities under an evacuation warning. We're talking about Cedar Glen, Lake Arrowhead, Crestline, and Valley of Enchantment. Those under an evacuation order are Running Springs, Arrow Bear Lake, Forest Falls, and also Mountain Home Village. And that is where we found the Richardsons today. They didn't evacuate, and they decided to stay back until the end.
And I can sit here and see that smoke, which is from far away, is getting bigger. It's obviously the wind it could feed the flames and bring it our way. We can still have to evacuate, and we have been told to evacuate, but we feel we have our animals and we want to take care of them, and we feel safe. I mean, we're going to put our human lives first.
You feel safe? That is a bad sense of safety. You shouldn't be feeling safe in this moment. I feel like that is ill-advised. People are telling you to evacuate. There's flames and smoke in the distance. It's not time to start feeling safe. It's probably fine. No big deal. Just massive 100-foot high flames. And apparently she's a mother, so there's children on the property, or at least a child on the property, as well as those animals that she mentioned. Let's go here. Wait, which one is this? Oh, let's quickly look at this. CBS News from 5 hours ago. Line fire rages. Strong winds expected for West Coast. That's not good.
All right, we're moving on the map to California, where wildfires have crews and neighbors on the run there. Think about this. More than a dozen wildfires fueled by a dangerous heat wave and then pushed by some pretty high winds. In fact, you see this. This is video to our monitors out of San Bernardino County outside of Los Angeles. This CAL FIRE map that you're about to see here really shows you a better idea of the size of that area that we're talking about. This fire is called the Line Fire. It exploded to more than 20,000 acres. Right now. In fact, crews tell us the fight is fierce. Only 3% containment at this hour. CBS News Los Angeles reporter Rick Montanez joins us live now from San Bernardino County. This is a tough firefight, Rick.
Yeah, Reed, firefighters are dealing with day 5 of this fire, and every single day temperatures have been above 100 degrees and very hot for these mountain communities. You see that smoke plume right now. We've been watching as the fire has burned along that ridge since before sunrise today. CAL FIRE tells me that this is the only area burning at the moment, but I covered this fire on Friday, just 12 hours after it started. I was on scene, and I could tell you it looked calm like this, and then it erupted over the weekend, growing from 500 acres on Friday afternoon to now more than 20,000 just a few days later.
Yeah, that's 200 times its original size in 5 days. That's fucking wild. And these winds are going to continue, at least for now. However... Oh, wait, before I get to that... And also, these are in the wrong... There we go, that's better. There's another fire that is now broken out, forcing even more evacuation orders. This is NBC LA from 6 hours ago. Brush fire in Trabuco Canyon forces evacuation orders and warnings.
Line fire continues to grow.
No, not that one.
Back to breaking news. We have new details out of Orange County. There are now mandatory evacuations being ordered in Trabuco Canyon. The airport fire has now burned nearly 300 acres. Firefighters are attacking the flames from the air and on the ground. Meteorologist Stephanie Olmo is checking your first alert forecast in those conditions, Steph.
Yeah, as we monitor the area right now, as you check out the Trabuco Canyon, where temperatures right now at 100 degrees, we're dealing with gusts around 20 miles an hour. So this is something we're continuing to monitor around Southern California, as we still do have that elevated to critical fire threat across the area here. We have multiple.
Jesus, and this is right on the edge of a huge housing area, like development as well. This is ridiculous. All right, this was live footage from the air. This is the Trabuco Canyon fire. This was streamed 5 hours ago from NBC LA. Holy fuck. Look at the amount of smoke coming off of this thing. And you can see, aside from that one very large area, it's going all the way down the ridge of this mountain range right here.
But I just want to give our viewers in Spanish a little information about what's going on. And as soon as we're done, we'll resume our coverage in English. Once again, thank you for watching us here on NBC LA. Buenas tardes desde el helicóptero. Nos encontramos esta tarde en el condado de Orange, sobre el área de Trabuco Canyon, donde los bomberos del condado de Orange están combatiendo un incendio de maleza llamado el...
Does Spanish have no word for orange, just orange? Come on, Spanish. Okay. But, you know, I think I've heard about this, how like certain cultures have less words for shades of red and or blue. I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on. Where to next? Okay, now, while all of this has been going on amidst a massive heat wave with Southern and Central California hitting 100, 115 degrees in some areas, Naranja is orange in Spanish. Yeah, why isn't she saying that instead of just orange? It's weird. I thought there was an orange in Spanish. I thought there was a word for orange. I could have sworn, but I was like... I mean, she was speaking Spanish perfectly and then just randomly saying orange because she was talking about Orange County. So it threw me the fuck off. Thank you for correcting, Jerry. Appreciate it. I don't speak Spanish, so, you know, it's one of the problems. I took the French and the Latin. Alright, let's go here. Now, while Southern and Central California have been in this heat wave, they are going to get some relief here midweek, starting around Wednesday. So this may help them with fighting this fire, hopefully.
And the million-dollar question is, when is it going to cool off? So I've got the trend for you. We're looking at the next few days in Burbank, and this pretty much is a mirror of what everyone else is going to feel. It's still pretty hot today. We're looking at a high of around 90, 105. But notice how tomorrow, about 10 degrees cooler, 95. So the cooling trend starts tomorrow, and the rest of the week is going to be more comfortable. Wednesday, 84. And then by Thursday and Friday, temperatures are going to be in the upper 70s. So it's the last day of heat alerts. Continue to practice good heat safety. We've got cooling for the rest of the week, and the marine layer will gradually return. Can't wait for that. This is what I've got for you right now. Out the door, you don't need the sweater or the jacket. Maybe only...
So yeah, as you can see, Wednesday, they will be at a very very cool temperature. So that may help. We will see. Fires can still burn when it's cold. I mean, we've talked about how fires burn through the winter, so they can certainly burn through 75-degree temps, but it will at least help the firefighters not be under extreme duress or stress while fighting these fires. As you know, they've been out there in the elements, not just having to be very near these fires, which are incredibly hot, but in the middle of this fucking heat wave. Can't even imagine just how hot you would be wearing what I believe is like 40 or 50 pounds of gear in 115-degree weather, 50 yards away from a fire, 200 feet in the air. It just sounds terrible, honestly. Sounds really, really bad. Okay, enough of fires. We've talked plenty about fires. Seemingly all summer, we've talked about it ad nauseum. Let's go to NBC. No, I'm sorry, not NBC. Let's go to CBS. This is from 5 hours ago, discussing Tropical Storm Francine. That's right, the storm which was heading towards the southern coast of Texas there, has now been named Francine, which is the sixth named storm of the year, and it is apparently gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico and is expected to make landfall as a hurricane. Let's go here.
Well, tonight, from wildfires to a storm in the Gulf of Mexico that's expected to become Hurricane Francine in less than 24 hours. So for all that, let's bring in CBS's Lonnie Quinn with the tropical storm's new track. Good evening, Lonnie. So where and when could this make landfall?
Okay, I think Wednesday and somewhere, I would say like around Vermilion Bay in Louisiana. Wednesday, maybe like say 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sit tight on all that. I want to show you what it looks like right now on the satellite and radar image, because it's in the Gulf of Mexico, very close to the northern coast of Mexico, and it is pushing towards Texas. But watch what happens. You get into your day tomorrow. It's going to strengthen because it curves away from shore. Now it stays over the warm water. You've got a Category 1 tomorrow. Winds are blowing at 85 miles per hour. Sometime Wednesday, we think around Vermilion Bay. You see Lake Charles on that map right there. It's making landfall, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's a Category 2. Getting into your day Thursday, it pushes inland. Now it's down to a tropical depression, but still putting a lot of rain down. And that's the big story with this storm, will be the rainfall. You're talking anywhere from 6 inches to a foot of rain. I think the toughest areas would be Lafayette over toward New Orleans. And what's difficult about that, Nora, just last week you and I were talking about that exact area with devastating flooding. Last week they picked up 6 inches.
Now that path isn't a guarantee, but it is becoming more and more likely that that's the path that it takes as it continues to move. The sort of variance gets cut down, as there were a lot of different paths that it could have approached the United States, but it is getting a lot closer. Yeah, Looney Tunes is in that area. Haven't seen him all day. Hope he's doing all right. All right. Let's go here to Scotland, where the apparent Sphinx snow patch is vanishing, according to an expert. Sorry, I forgot there's like some subtitles in this. This patch of snow in Scotland is a telling sign of climate change, according to experts. The Sphinx patch only melted 3 times in the 20th century, but 2024 will be its 4th in a row.
Really one of the very few pieces of snow left in the whole of the UK. Scotland only has a couple of patches left, and this is one of them. And really, this is the closest thing that Scotland has to a glacier. The Sphinx itself is actually quite a bit smaller than it was even when I visited at the weekend. It's lost about a third of its size. It now measures 5 metres by 5 metres by about a metre of depth, and it's far smaller for the time of year than I would expect it to see, and that's been the pattern for the last few years. In days gone by, you could have expected this to be 30, 40, even 50 metres long at this time of the year.
This sad patch of melting ice is a symbol of our deteriorating climate. Jesus Christ. Sorry, chat. Sorry. I can't always have good news every day, you know? Sometimes it's just bad news. But wait. Here's some constructive discussion. Right here. Yes, let's try this. Let's go to Germany. DW Planet A from 3 days ago. Why we need to stop straightening rivers.
Could you jump up?
Okay. Just figured we would talk quickly about that. We don't need to get too deep into it, but it is something we discuss kind of regularly, the renaturalization of, you know, water resources to the best possible way we can do is really optimal for us. Something to shoot for, because you know, there's a lot of negatives to some of this redirecting of water that we've done. In some cases, it's still beneficial to humans, but some of it is old and unnecessary, and it's important for us to at least keep in mind. Now, let's move on, talk about some other stuff. Let's go here to Romania, right next to Germany here, apparently. Apparently, Romania has also been dealing with massive fires. This is Euronews from a day ago.
Residents in Maramuresh in northern Romania have been surveying the damage after a massive fire in the area was extinguished. 6 warehouses have been reduced to ashes and entire orchards have been destroyed in the blaze that broke out on Saturday. Locals said the fire started suddenly and quickly intensified before spreading to houses.
I called 112, they asked me how close the fire was. It was about 30 meters away. That's close.
The Ministry of Internal Affairs said on Saturday that 90 people had been evacuated from the area. People said they'd tried to tackle the fire themselves to protect their homes until firefighters were able to reach the scene and put it out.
With shovels, with water pumps, with what we had, we also were, so that the fire did not advance. Lucky that the vegetation around here had been mowed. Otherwise, we'd have burned like rats.
More than 250 firefighters from Maramuresh and neighbouring counties were mobilised to extinguish the fire. The general
Okay. What's behind Rod? What's behind Rod Serling? That's Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag. Look up Reagan on a raptor, and you'll see. I think you'll start to see some of the clear similarities there. All right, let's go here to China. France 24 English from 15 hours ago. China. World's largest indoor ski resort opens as temperatures rise.
So hot right now.
还比较开心，因为上海之前一直都周边没有什么滑雪场嘛，平常像夏日的话也没有办法去进行一个练习。
Sorry, I forgot that I was gonna have to do a bunch of reading again. That's my bad. It's my bad, chat. I was also doing two things because, just to clear this up, just so people understand what we're talking about here. Since maybe some people don't know this reference. But this is this was, at least at one point, and I think still is to some degree, a big favorite picture of Republicans. Here, I'll open it right here. What's happening? Don't be a butt. Hold on, chat. Oh, that's good. That's good. This is working well. Weird. I don't know why this is working. This isn't working, but this is the photo, right? If you look at that, this is what it is, right? But it's not that, because I edited it, and instead of Ronald Reagan holding a gun, it's Buddy Jesus from the movie Dogma pointing, and instead of an American flag. Well, it's actually still an American flag, but it's been edited so that the colors are in the colors of a pride flag. So yeah, that's what that emote is. It was painstakingly edited by yours truly. Spanning almost 100,000 square meters, this new indoor ski resort near Shanghai, China, has just been officially certified by Guinness World Records as the world's largest. The El Snow Resort features 4 ski slopes, along with a chairlift cable car and even a steam train. It's a steam train. I feel quite happy because there were no ski resorts around Shanghai before, and there was no way to practice in the summer. But now I have the opportunity to do it in Shanghai if I can't go to other cities to ski. Winter sports are seeing a surge in popularity in China, spurred by an expanding middle class and Beijing's hosting of the 2022 Winter Olympics. But at the same time, the country, the world's biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, is increasingly feeling the effects of climate change.
So hot right now.
And the opening of the ski resort comes as China recorded its hottest month in 60 years. In China, climate change might have more of an effect in the north because of global warming. There are fewer people. skiers doing winter sports there. I've seen data that says it's not growing. So some of the snow parks just aren't operating well. They're shrinking, and instead it's sorry, I was struggling with all that. So and instead it's this kind of thing that's opening up. Oh, he means indoors. I get it. Which I think is still pretty good. It seems good. I mean, it seems fun. But while resorts like this may offer respite from the heat, a recent government report acknowledged they will also inevitably consume a lot of energy. That seems bad. Maybe we should just fix the environment so people can ski outside. What do you think?
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
There's no landslides with indoor skiing? That's true, but I assume. I would assume. Not an expert on the indoor skiing. Alright, let's go south. Talk about Vietnam and the toll which Typhoon Yagi has taken on the country, at least on the most current news that I've seen. At least 64 people have died in this typhoon going through the area, not just in the country of Vietnam, not the other countries it's hit, Philippines and China. I mean, you can clearly see that the effects here have been pretty spread out throughout the entire city. It's destructions. Well, it's widespread.
Thị xã Sapa đã huy động 80 cán bộ, dân quân tự vệ và chiến sĩ công an. 9 người bị thương được sơ cứu và đưa đến cấp cứu tại bệnh viện đa khoa của thị xã Sapa. Gió lốc tính đến 5 giờ chiều nay thì mưa lũ đã làm cho ít nhất là 1 người thiệt mạng.
I have no idea what she's saying, but you can clearly see that this has caused serious landslides. The winds have taken down and or thrown around anything that was, you know, too light, and the flooding, all of it, it's all happening at once. Let's go to this one. This is wild. This is dash cam video of a bridge collapse. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. That is ridiculous. So look, I mean, it seems fine from here. What are you, 100 yards from the bridge? Oh my god. And if you're that, you know, that person in the truck, pretty sure it's a guy, I think I watched this video. It is just, you know, can you imagine just going head first into this river down below? I like the different reactions here. The guys in the car, they immediately throw it in reverse and start backing up. The guy on the bike, he's like edging closer to the edge, like, what the fuck? I didn't even notice this other dude on the bike. Oh my god, just that whole part of that bridge just gone. Nothing even hit it. It was just from the floodwaters. But you want to even know what's even crazier? That guy
đưa vào hoạt động từ tháng 7 năm 1995, nối thành phố Việt Trì, huyện có 3 người
didn't die.
Nạn nhân này đã bơi được vào bờ nhờ bám vào một cây chuối.
I heard loud noises behind me, and I thought to myself that the truck was so heavy that it made the loud noise. I thought it was the bridge that made the noise. Before I could understand what had happened, I was falling into the river. Wild. I cannot believe he survived that. I mean... I was lucky. Okay. Let's go here. Reuters? Yeah. 11 hours ago, showing the trail of destruction that Typhoon Yagi has left here in Vietnam.
Typhoon Yagi left dozens dead in northern Vietnam as it barreled westwards, preliminary government estimates showed on Monday. The country's infrastructure has also been hit by Asia's most powerful storm of this year, as the weather agency warned of more floods and landslides. Widespread damage could be seen in the Vietnamese capital Hanoi on Monday, with downed trees covering the streets and signs ripped from their hoardings. The typhoon swept across Vietnam's northeastern coast on Saturday, cutting power to millions, flooding highways and disrupting telecommunications networks. This usually busy bridge in Phu Tho province was swept away. Authorities said initial investigations suggested there were 8 vehicles on the bridge when it collapsed. Despite being downgraded to a tropical depression on Sunday, Yagi has brought a halt to economic activity in many industrial hubs. Managers and workers at industrial parks and factories in Hai Phong, a coastal city of 2 million, said on Monday that power was out and equipment was being salvaged from the rain. These pictures show an LG electronics factory.
Hey!
Narwhal_by_nature just cheered 100 bits.
Thanks for the 100 biddies, Narwhal by Nature. Much appreciated. The Twitch bits, always helping keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Really appreciate that.
The typhoon's impact. Local resident Bui Van Thuy began cleaning up the damage to his shop on Sunday.
The damage done to this community is extremely severe. Most of the roof was blown away or the ceiling caved in. It may take 3 to 4 years for this place to look the same again because the damage is so terrible.
Yeah, nuts. That is depressing. Good God. You didn't know it'd be so loud? It was great. It was the exact amount of loud it should have been. I appreciated it. It was a sweet, sweet sound of bits coming my way, which is technically, I believe, the most, like if you're donating on Twitch, that's the way that gives the streamer the most money for the amount of money you spend. You don't get any benefits from it technically, but it is, I think, whatever you call it, like the best percentage. I hate how the percentages are different for every single thing out there. The way that they pay out content creators, it's wild. Either way, I appreciate you. You didn't know that? Well, yes. That's my understanding, at least, is that it starts there, and then it's like, you know, well, obviously Primes come first because they're completely free if you have Amazon, but then it's that, and then it's like subs, like regular subs. All right, where are we? I think we've done enough with Typhoon Yagi. Do we do a break right now? Do we do a quick break? I feel like we should do a quick break. The final half is going to be super long. But I feel bad when I don't take both breaks, because that means that our patrons, their avatars, all of that doesn't get seen. Content creators probably get those dodgy algorithmic prices too. Well, they certainly do with like things like ads, like how much you get paid per ads. Like if you're the sort of channel that gets really good click-through rates and all these other sorts of things, you get paid better on clicks. That's just how it goes. It's also a good rolling break, yes, if in case you need to do such a thing. I do like to give people their intergalactic intermissions. Alright, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button, don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in other ways. Things like becoming a Patreon member. That's right, you can become a Galactic Patron on Patreon for just $3 a month and gain access to a whole bunch of super sweet benefits, including getting your avatar here at the pool with me, just relaxing all cool here in space. Shoutouts, exclusive content, and much, much more. We also have a PayPal and a Cash App if you just want to give me money directly rather than worrying about benefits. Totally up to you. Also Twitch. But we're still not monetized on YouTube. However, we are getting closer and closer every day, seemingly, and are now over 275 subs on YouTube, so closer than we are. We've passed the halfway point, is what I'm saying. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay, chat. I am back. All right. It's time for the final half of the show. That's right, 3 halves per show, every show. I know, it doesn't make sense. Don't try to make it make sense. But it is that time. Final half, engaging in 3, 2, 1. That's right, chat. And you know what, something I was thinking of just now? Because I think I'm really close to it, thanks to the generous donations today from people like Omegastar and Normal by Nature, including some of the resubs and re-prime subs that I've seen go by recently. I think I've crossed over the threshold. The thing is including having ridiculous splits and all these other things that Twitch has, they also have essentially a, what do you call it? Like a floor. And if you don't make a certain amount of money on Twitch in a month, they just won't pay you that month. They'll just hold on to it until next month. You know, they're just like, oh, we'll hold on to it for you. You know, no big deal. It's fine. You know, even if you're short by like a penny. Which is utterly ridiculous, but incredibly true. Alright. Now, as always, we are going to start the final half with space news. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but a space great, if you will, has passed away. That great being James Earl Jones. 93 years young, James Earl Jones has been taken from us. That's right, Darth Vader.
Earl Jones has died. He's an actor many of you are familiar with. He was known for his powerful roles both on stage and on film. He was defined by his booming voice, the voice of Darth Vader in the Star Wars franchise, his unforgettable role in The Field of Dreams, the voice of Mufasa in The Lion King, the winner of 2 Tony Awards, and the commanding performance that he had certainly in any role. I want to bring in ABC News' Chris Connolly for more on this. And Chris, again, we're talking about his legendary performances here. One that really stands out to me, of course, as well, is The Sandlot.
Well, Kana, you really hit the nose right on the head. I mean, I think he's a figure. James
He's been in a lot of stuff.
Towering significance in the history of American movie making and on the stage as well. I mean, he was an actor of just unmatched power and authority. Not just his voice that you alluded to that we heard in films like The Lion King and, of course, as Darth Vader in the Star Wars movies, but in his bearing as well, in the way he commanded the stage. I remember seeing him in a Broadway show that kind of transformed his career, I guess, when he starred in The Great White Hope in 1968 and won his first Tony Award for that and went on to play that role on screen as well. But you think of him in some of the finest stage performances of his time in things like Othello and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, but so many wonderful movies as well, things like Sneakers and Matewan. So it's a phenomenal loss for the American cinema and a voice and an actor who will always be remembered.
Always be remembered, and he was one that starred in movies that we studied in college as well, like Dr. Strangelove, and we're getting word in from his agent as well that he was widely regarded as one of the greatest stage and screen actors, both in his native USA and internationally as well. James Earl Jones was just 93 years old. Chris Connolly.
Okay, we're going to keep talking about James.
Some unfortunate news to share. The great James Earl Jones has passed away at the age of 93. You may remember him as the voice of Darth Vader or from his memorable role in the movie Field of Dreams.
People will come, Ray. They'll come to Iowa for reasons they can't even fathom. They'll turn up your driveway, not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door as innocent as children, longing for the past.
James Earl Jones passed away surrounded by his family this morning.
Now, please hold.
Legendary actor James Earl Jones has died at the age of 93.
Now let's go to this. Only 93, that's all. Yeah, I know. I think we're all just sad that we've lost him because he was a great actor and contributed to so much. He'll be missed. Now, before we move on, I figured we would talk about some of his galactic contributions. Probably get copyright struck.
The rebels are alerted to our presence. Admiral Oswald came out of light speed too close to the system.
He felt surprise was wiser.
He is as clumsy as he is stupid.
Darth Vader, only you could be so bold.
The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomatic...
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you. Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader.
Sorcery.
Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not helped you conjure up the stolen data tapes, or given you clairvoyance enough to find the rebels' hidden fort.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Okay, alright, that's enough. I just figured we would celebrate his life here while we talk about his unfortunate passing. Voiceover? Yes, that's true. That's true. Look, but it was my way of trying to make space fun today. Okay, we've been talking about the failures of Boeing over and over again. I'm sick of it. Okay, I am sick of talking about how Elon Musk and SpaceX and all this other. I mean, God, you know, let's just talk. You know, and in this moment of unfortunateness, talk about space. At the same time. Mufasa. Yes, he was also Mufasa, that's true. Alright, now let's go on to earthly news. Here's Argentina. AP archive from 4 hours ago. Now, this was actually a couple of days ago. At least a few days ago now, actually. I think. Pensioners in Argentina protest as President Javier Milei vetoes pension increases. Look at them attacking old ladies. Come on. We are retirees. We have worked our whole lives. Sorry, hold on. I forgot how loud this was going to be. It's going to be hard for me to talk over her. Take two. Take two. We are retirees. We have worked all of our lives. We have fought for our rights. Now they want to take them all away. And on top of that, they give us a beating. They want us dead. They want all retirees and young people dead. Millet, dirtbag, you are the dictatorship. Millet, dirtbag, you are the dictatorship. We no longer have proper medication, nor can we eat properly. Let's forget about vacations. No more vacations. There are no vacations. Vacations don't exist. It's a lot of police. Maybe they could fund the pensioners' increase with less police. Even it out somehow. Okay, let's go on here to the UK. Got a few things to talk about in the UK. First, let's go to Channel 4 News. This is from 10 hours ago. Apparently, Labour is going to be giving back to local authorities power to run bus services.
On the Bristol Metrobus this morning on route M3 out of the city, there were few complaints with this particular service.
Well, I've only ever used this M3, but it's good. It's a good service, yeah.
How often do you take the bus?
This is the first time I've ever taken this bus. Where I live, there aren't bus services really.
Which speaks perhaps to a wider picture of bus services in some areas in steep decline over recent decades. Since 2010, almost 300 million fewer miles have been driven by buses in England per year, said the government today. In opposition, Labour called it vandalism against communities.
I mean, I know, because it affected one of my friend's children, the local bus from Downend out to Winterbourne Academy has been stopped, and that is causing huge problems. Because you've now got, 11 and 12-year-olds that cannot get to school.
Louise Haigh, the Transport Minister in Peterborough today, is now talking of a bus revolution, as she puts it, for England.
Because in most areas of the country outside London, we've just sat back and allowed private companies to kind of pick and choose whatever routes they want for decades, and it's led to gradual fall in passenger numbers, and they're just too unreliable.
What we are doing today is extending power to every area of England. So if they want to move to franchising and to building their own public transport networks, they will now have the power to do so.
She looks like a French flag, doesn't she? Red, white, and blue. I think this is honestly really good, right? At least from what I can tell. It makes sense, and the fact is it's failed in the United States, but the privatization of these sorts of services has just gone badly time and time again. The capitalist incentives don't line up with human needs, and bad stuff starts happening.
And to building their own public transport networks, they will now have the power to do so.
Next stop, Pembroke.
Under a franchising scheme, overall control shifts to the local transport authority. So it's local government deciding bus routes, timetables and fares, and then operators bid to run those services for a fixed fee. Previously, only areas in England with metro mayors could take buses back into public control. Greater Manchester, the first place to do so outside London. The west of...
Racist against what? What are you talking about? Racist. Ridiculous.
England's metro mayor is now apparently considering it, but has warned of huge resources required. And how many local authorities in the current economic climate could take on this financial risk?
We know local...
Okay, alright, I think that's good. For this one, let's move on to this. Here's Novara Media from 10 hours ago discussing a number of different things going on in the new Labour government.
Welcome to Novara Live. I'm Michael Walker. I'm joined by Ash Sarkar. Ash, how are you doing?
I'm all the better for being reunited with you, Michael. It's been a horrible week, off with the flu, and now I'm back.
You were off with the... Because we were hanging out in person at lunchtime today for Moya Lovia McLean's leaving lunch. But I hope you didn't pass that on to me. I wasn't aware that there was a flu involved in the situation.
No, I was off last week, and then obviously we saw each other in person, but I think of this as a totally different thing. I want to be reunited with you in screen form.
I love how before they can get to anything, he's like, hold on, wait. Have you exposed me to some sort of virus, Ash? What is happening here?
As well as in all, 3 dimensions in person.
Okay, that's coherent. That adds up. Coming up later tonight, bus services across the country will soon be able to be brought back into public ownership. Positive story there. Right-wingers have accused the BBC of being biased against Israel. Are they just doing what we do, but from the other side? We'll discuss that. And the Green Party's conference over the weekend has seen them make some significant changes to their policy positions. Do stay tuned for all of that. First, though, another Labour rebellion could be.
55 likes. That's true. That's right. By the way, go over and like the last video that I posted onto the channel. Because it is getting disliked by a bunch of unhinged, coping MAGAs. But check it out. Go over to the video section on my YouTube page. And it recently hit the algorithm in a seemingly very interesting way. It's nearing 1,000 views already. It's amazing, honestly. I'm stoked on it. There's a bunch of copium comments coming in hot in there. But yeah, get that like ratio back up. Not that anybody can see it. It's just me. I'm the only one that can see it in the algorithm.
Brewing. Keir Starmer may have to face down a backbench rebellion when MPs debate his cut to the pensioners' winter fuel payment tomorrow. Up to 50 Labour MPs are considering whether to abstain or be absent from the vote on the cut. I often consider whether or not to turn up for work. That seems to be what's happening here. Of course, I say abstain or be absent because reports are suggesting that very few Labour MPs will be prepared to vote against the government tomorrow. That follows the suspension of the 7 MPs who voted against the 2-child benefit cap in the King's speech in July. 17 Labour MPs have, though, signed an early day motion against scrapping the winter fuel allowance ahead of tomorrow's vote. Sign an early day motion to say we want to postpone scrapping universal winter fuel payments, but at the same time, they're probably going to be too scared to vote against the actual bill that's going to change it. All a little bit complicated. Others are also speaking off the record. So the Times has published this comment from one of them. The postbox is filling up. It's very significant. We're getting emails daily. Constituents are deeply unhappy. And some are saying they will never vote Labour again. We're very early in a new government for them to be getting these emails. I don't know if this is a physical postbox or a sort of metaphorical.
What are you, 6 weeks in?
And it's their inbox. But lots of people very annoyed already at this policy from the Labour Party. Another backbench MP said this: I think the front benchers got to understand the enormity of the upset and resistance to this. Each and every colleague is being inundated with emails, calls. People are stopping you in the street to express their anger. It was also expressed on the doorstep when we were doing national campaigning this weekend. The unions are currently meeting at the Trade Unions Congress in Brighton, and many of them agree with those backbenchers and the people who are stopping MPs in the street.
Okay, hold on. You can't watch all of this. It's ridiculous. But there's a couple of spots figured we'd hit. We already talked about the winter fuel repayments yesterday. And Keir Starmer's very unpopular plan on that. And we just talked buses. Let's talk BBC Palestine bias real quick.
A new report into BBC bias on Israel's assault on Gaza has been released. And for those who've been watching the BBC's coverage of the war over the last year, its findings may come as a surprise. This is how The Telegraph wrote up the report. The BBC breached its own guidelines 1,500 times over the war, with its coverage heavily biased against Israel. The report was compiled using artificial intelligence to analyse around 2,000 articles published by the BBC in both English and Arabic, as well as transcripts of hundreds of hours of audio and video output. ChatGPT was asked to rate the items in the dataset based on whether it created sympathy for Israel or Palestine. According to the report, the AI found that the BBC's output was 3 to 6 times more sympathetic to Palestine than to Israel. The study also did some quantitative analysis, counting up how many times certain words were used in relation to Israel versus Palestine. Now, it found that the BBC linked the phrase war crimes to Israel nearly 130 times versus 30 times to Hamas. Genocide was linked to Israel nearly 300 times, but just 19 times to Hamas. It was a similar result for the phrase breach of international law, whereas crimes against humanity was linked to Hamas a little more than to Israel. Now, this, to me, seems like a stupid method, right? So you've got ChatGPT to read a load of articles and said, you, Mr. AI, do you feel more positive about Israel or Palestine after reading this? Now, the thing to know, especially I saw that chart on Twitter, and it just struck me as completely ridiculous. Of course, there are more stories that associate Israel with, well, genocide because there was a case at the International Criminal Court, or war crimes because Israel are literally killing people every day.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Hamas did what they did on one day, October the...
I don't want reality.
Seriously, though. Like, that's exactly what's going on here. It's just facts. You know, it's not some sort of... So not some sort of bias. I mean, the fact is if you watch this channel throughout the last... How long have we been doing this now? Over 6 months. Last 6 months, have you been watching this? At least for the first few months, BBC barely even wanted to recognize the fact that all of this had happened, and slowly have been forced because of things like the ICJ and the ICC doing what they did, and Israel going as far as it's gone, and making it literally impossible for them to ignore what's going on. For quite a while, they were, oh my God, doing everything they possibly could to basically back up Israel, you know? While the UK wasn't funding Israel's weapons or anything else like that nearly as much as the United States is. I think it was like 5% or less that the UK has contributed to Israel's military budget, but they certainly were sticking to, at least the BBC was sticking to the sort of Israeli talking points for quite some time. They still kind of knee-jerk do it still. All right, let's go here. The last little piece here talking about the Green Party.
The Green Party has long had an awkward contradiction, I think, at the heart of its policy agenda. The Greens have always, and rightly, asked Britons to swap cars and planes for buses and trains, but they've also vociferously opposed one of the main infrastructure projects that would do more than most to increase rail capacity in the UK, HS2, High Speed 2. Now, and I'm pleased to say that is until their conference this weekend, Green Party members have now voted to reverse the party's opposition to HS2, demanding that the rail project be built in full. So they're actually going further than the Labour Party now in their position on HS2. Green Party co-leader Carla Denyer said this about the vote. The Green Party has long supported the principle of a new north-south high-speed rail line, but had serious concerns about the specific route of HS2 and the environmental impacts of this route. However, this first phase of HS2 between London and Birmingham is well underway, and most of the environmental impacts of construction are already baked in. This is a pragmatic decision by the Green Party. It moves us on. Crucially, we have also acknowledged that the northern leg of HS2 was always the most important in terms of tackling capacity issues on railways, as well as addressing regional inequalities, so the line must be completed in full.
Okay, great. Good to see Green Party sticking to their guns, if you will. Doing what is right for the environment and for people. I was shocked to hear that they weren't on board with it from the beginning. It just seemed like weird. It seemed like right up their alley. All right, let's go on here to this. France 24 English from 14 hours ago in France. The end of Olympic escapism for gloomy France. That's right. Olympics are over. Paralympics are over. Well, and now they're going to have to deal with this government kerfuffle, which is currently going on.
Beyond the memories, what will remain of Paris 2024? Outside certain iconic monuments, the grandstands are coming down, like those around the Eiffel Tower, where the seats are being carted away. Cognizant of the aftermath of previous games with their white elephants or venues that were no longer used after the sporting events, Paris relied heavily on already existent venues. It refitted them for the occasion. So the two pools at La Défense Arena will be broken down and then rebuilt as public ones in regional suburbs. Some venues were built specifically for the games, though. The Aquatic Center in Saint-Denis will also become a public pool and a venue for future competitions. The arena at La Chapelle will also host sporting events and concerts. Then there's housing. The plan is for the Olympic Village and the Media Village to become homes. These buildings were the largest of the 64 construction sites, which altogether cost 4.4 billion euros, including 1.7 billion euros in public funds.
It was a project that was constructed first and foremost to answer the population's needs. Some 6,000 people will live here and some 6,000 will work here. So there will be shops and businesses. It was really created with that in mind.
The Olympic Village is 300,000 meters squared of housing across 3 Paris region cities, Saint-Denis, Saint-Ouen, and Ile-Saint-Denis. The athletes' rooms will become 2,800 apartments, of which 25 to 40% will become social housing. And on top of that, the Media Village will be transformed into 1,500 homes. Their transformation is expected.
This is all good. However, and I forgot that I wasn't actually going to take this out because I forgot that I didn't actually talk about what I really wanted to talk about. But this is good to at least get us to where we should be talking about, which is the fact that during the Olympics and the Paralympics, Emmanuel Macron has essentially managed to get away with not governing, not allowing the New Popular Front to nominate a prime minister, instead going around them, appointed his own prime minister, who is very much of the sort of neoliberal right, almost of the, of the French government, a guy who's been in government for decades, and certainly is not a representation of what French people voted for. So that situation is something that's going to, I think, be much more center focus of French people's minds now that they don't have the Olympics or the Paralympics to distract them. And we've already seen multiple protests going on in France since that prime minister nomination from Emmanuel Macron came through. And I expect those just to continue to grow, because I don't think people are happy with that. I could be wrong, but I mean, just trying to put myself into people's shoes who just got done winning an election and then finding out that the president had completely gone around our wishes. And it's not like Lucy Castet, who was the final nomination from the NFP, was the only or the most radical of the potential nominees that had been floated by the NFP. She was actually more sort of moderate. Anyway, let's go here to Guardian News from 13 hours ago. This is them trying to answer the question, why is the far-right AfD, or Germans for Germany party, been so successful in Germany?
The far-right Alternative for Germany party has won Sunday's election in the eastern state of Thuringia, where it's considered by German intelligence to be an extremist organization that threatens democracy.
The first far-right party projected to win a state election since the Second World War.
Oh, right. I just realized what I did. That's my bad. That's my bad. I just realized I replaced their party slogan with I think maybe a Nazi slogan. Although the parallels are there, so I don't feel that bad about it, considering what they're about. But, yeah, I think that's what I just did, didn't I?
Scholz die Konsequenzen ziehen und die Koffer packen und die Stühle räumen.
I forgot to...
The AfD is a far-right party that was founded 11 years ago, and its DNA is quite interesting because it didn't begin as this anti-immigration, anti-Islam party. Its focus was actually the Eurozone crisis and was started by these German economists, so quite straight-laced men who were critical of the bailouts that were being provided by Germany to countries of Southern Europe.
There are countries which clearly cannot live up to the competitive pressure exerted by the euro. We ask for a gradual withdrawal of the southern European countries from the Eurozone.
And then
it still sounds racist. I don't know about you, but when I hear that, especially, it doesn't help that it's in a German accent, but yeah, I think even without, it still sounds kind of racist.
the party, in the course of that time, has really morphed into what we see today. And with each change of leadership over the last decade, you've seen it get more and more radical.
Ich kann Ihnen sagen, Burkas, Kopftuchmädchen.
I can tell you, Burka's headscarf girls, sponsored men with knives, and other good-for-nothing people will not secure our prosperity, economic growth, and above all, the welfare state.
In its current iteration, the AfD believes that immigration and asylum should be either completely halted or restricted beyond recognition.
Today, with the strong AfD results in Thuringia, people have said no to deindustrialization in Germany and no to multicultural Thuringia in Germany.
There are pockets of the party that are also extremely critical of Germany's culture of historical remembrance.
We need, more pressingly than ever before, the 180-degree change in the politics of remembrance. In other words, penance for
a rejection of everything that happened during the Nazi period.
Good. There's
they haven't hidden any of their beliefs or rhetoric at all. They're quite strident in expressing what, for most Germans, for most of their lives, would just be absolutely taboo and unspeakable. And the
woof. So yeah, like I was saying before, I think my unintentional sort of mistaking their party name with a German Nazi German slogan, well, not that crazy, not that far off. All right, let's go. Let's go south to Kenya. Here's Reuters from 11 hours ago. After protests, Kenya is asking for public's help with finance.
Kenya's finance minister has said the government will seek suggestions from the public on new legislation to tackle the country's struggling finances. That's after demonstrators forced the government to withdraw its previous finance law. In June, President William Ruto discarded tax hikes worth more than $2.7 billion amid protests that killed more than 50 people. But that move has left the heavily indebted government with a bigger budget deficit for this financial year, mounting pending bills, and a delay in funding from the International Monetary Fund. On Monday, Finance Minister John Mbadi told a budget preparation meeting that we are barely managing. He was appointed from the opposition last month as Ruto sought to stabilise his government. Mbadi initially proposed reviving some tax hikes from the abandoned finance bill, but rode back after a public outcry and the threat of more protests.
I wonder if these ministers and other government officials in Kenya who were accused of corruption during all of this, who I believe President, they just said his name. Oh my god, I just had a fucking brain fart. The president of Kenya, I mean, he basically disbanded half the government. Because everyone was calling for his resigning. Instead of doing that, he basically fired all of the government. I'm just wondering out loud whether or not there's enough money there to cover that deficit. Probably not, but maybe. Could be. Alright, let's go here. Let's go to the Middle East. And before we talk Israel, Gaza, and the rest of the, surrounding area and that situation, let's talk this, which has been in the news in the last 24 hours. This is Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago, where State Department spokesman, I believe this was Vedant Patel, was grilled on the supposed droves of classified material abandoned during an Afghanistan evacuation. Now, it's not clear that that's actually true, but let's see what Vedant has to say about that.
Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. The House Foreign Affairs Committee's latest report on Afghanistan and the withdrawal says that droves of classified material were left at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. The State Department responded by saying it's standard operating procedure to reduce the amount of sensitive material that remains, and that Embassy Kabul's drawdown was conducted in accordance with standard operating procedures, but doesn't clearly answer whether classified material was left behind. Can you say if it was and how much?
Is it just me, or does everybody else feel like Vedant seems woefully unprepared every time he's behind that podium?
So I certainly would not get into something like that from up here, but can say confidently that the drawdown in at Mission Kabul was conducted not just by the book, but appropriately, consistent with the standards and the protocols that are in place for appropriate drawdowns and NEOs. And since you've opened up the question, Shannon, if you'll allow me, there's a lot of you that have interest today in Chairman McCall's report. So I just want to say we should be very clear about something, which is that when President Biden took office, he was faced with a choice: ramp up the war in Afghanistan and put more American troops at risk, or finally end our involvement in America's longest war after 2 decades of American presidents sending troops to fight and die in Afghanistan. We are stronger today because of this decision that President Biden made. The one that he made was the right one. And it's also important to understand that this exercise that the House majority is undertaking is about scoring political points. This investigation had the potential to truly be bipartisan and produce real legislative proposals to better prepare the United States for future presidents and for future parties, for future challenges. Instead, the majority chose to seek scandal over substance, and this quote-unquote investigation seems to not actually have uncovered anything new, and instead is a collection of cherry-picked comments from various transcribed interviews and interviews designed to paint an inaccurate picture of this administration's efforts.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to agree with Vendetta. I usually don't. The fact is all I have seen so far about at least specifically as it relates to the supposed troves of classified material being left behind, I just haven't seen any evidence to it. I've just seen a bunch of Republican yelling about it, and so I don't know. I try not to base my worldview on Republican yelling most days. It's just difficult to do it, I think. But, I don't know, I guess we'll find out. It's impossible to pay attention to what he says. No, I totally get it. We're done. We're done. I've been done. I was done 30 seconds after he started talking. Okay. Alright. Let's come back to the present, because we're talking, I mean, this is a press conference about the past. This is from fucking years ago now. From what, 3 years ago? So yeah, let's go here. Forbes breaking news 9 hours ago. Here's Mitch McConnell in the the Capitol. Let's add some things to say about the Biden administration and Israel and all sorts of stuff. Let's listen to some of this.
Now, on a related matter, the challenges facing an American-led order and American interests around the world are no less serious nor less connected than they were the last time the Senate convened. Last week, Iran was expected to transfer ballistic missiles to Russia in a major expansion of its support for Putin's war in Ukraine. The PRC is ramping up its destabilizing provocations in the South China Sea, and Russia, for its part, continues to court the fealty of senior officials from a NATO ally, Hungary. And our adversaries' advances have been compounded by the West's own inaction, distraction, and astonishing lapses in moral clarity. In recent days, the head of UNRWA, whose employees participated in the slaughter of Jews on October 7th, insisted that deserved criticism of his organization's complicity in terrorism.
Wait, did you just say UNRWA was in? That's already been debunked so many times. It is wild that we still have officials claiming things like this. That is just pure Israeli propaganda. UNRWA was not involved in October 7th. There's been exactly zero evidence produced proving that, and therefore it's not the sort of thing that a sitting senator should be using as a reason for anything.
Itself tantamount to a weapon
wow.
in the war. The Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom's new government announced a suspension of some 30 licenses of military aid to Israel.
Oh, no.
Just as the world's only Jewish...
Oh, yeah. How dare the UK slow down military sales to Israel? Anti-Semitogen, of course. What is moral clarity? I have no idea. Moral clarity. There's something that if you're from Kentucky, you know what moral clarity is. You're just not inside the mind of Mitch McConnell.
State buried hostages, including a young American citizen, who were murdered.
And if you didn't understand, Mitch McConnell's moral clarity usually comes from places like this. His pocketbook. That's right.
Cold blood by Hamas. This step calls for similar restrictions on our own assistance, validate the terrorist strategy, and broadcast...
Oh my God.
The
Calling for any restrictions on aid validates terrorists? This dude is such... I'm done. I'm sorry, Chad. We got halfway through it. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much. Too much, man! It's gone. He's completely lost it. I mean, we all know he's completely lost it, but it's just too much. I just can't do it. All right, let's go to this. If you didn't hear, 3 Israelis were killed by a gunman at the Israeli-Jordan border in the north. This is Reuters from a day ago reporting on that apparent situation.
Video from Israel's ambulance service showed emergency vehicles at the Allenby Bridge border in the occupied West Bank on Sunday after what the Israeli military said was a deadly shooting by a gunman who approached from Jordan. The military said 3 Israeli civilians were killed after the attacker got out of a truck in the bridge area and shot at security forces there. They added that Israeli forces eliminated the gunman. The Israeli manager of the crossing said 3 workers were shot dead at close range. It's the first such attack along the border with Jordan since Palestinian Islamist group Hamas launched an assault on southern Israel on October the 7th, sparking the latest war in Gaza that has ratcheted up tensions across the region. It took place in a commercial cargo area under Israeli control, where Jordanian trucks offload cargo entering the West Bank, officials said. At a cabinet meeting, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu strongly condemned the shooting.
This is a difficult day. A loathsome terrorist murdered in cold blood 3 of our civilians at Allenby.
It's rich. It's rich. Bibi Netanyahu calling other people terrorists.
Bridge.
Jordanian officials said the crossing was closed and that they had begun an investigation into the shooting. The assailant was a 39-year-old truck driver who came from an influential tribe in southern Jordan.
Okay. And cross-border tensions have not gotten any better. Shortly after that happened, Israel decided to attack Syria for whatever fucking reason. Let's go here. This is Reuters from 9 hours ago. Syria says several people were killed in alleged Israeli strikes.
Charred remains of a vehicle and blackened, smoking earth marked the aftermath of what the Syrian government on Monday said were Israeli airstrikes the night before. Syria's health minister said the attacks killed at least 18 people and wounded dozens of others. Syrian state news agency Sana showed images of what it said were those wounded getting treatment. It cited a military source that Syrian air defenses had shot down some of the missiles. Two regional intelligence sources said a major military research center for chemical arms had been hit several times. They said it was believed to house a team of Iranian military experts involved in weapons production. There was no immediate comment from Israel, which typically remains silent on reports of strikes in Syria. It is the deadliest strike reported by the Syrian government since the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus was hit in April. Israel has for years been targeting what it described as Iranian or Iran-backed targets in Syria. It has stepped up the campaign since the October 7th Hamas-led assault on Israel from Gaza, after which Iranian-backed Hezbollah fighters...
Yeah, and that was on a consulate, if I'm not mistaken, on this particular occasion. This is really just a continuation of Israel's aggression in the region. And really just more proof of Benjamin Netanyahu's insane plans to start an all-out war, and a forever war that will, at least I think in his mind, keep him in power forever. Let's go here. This is Associated Press from 4 hours ago. After that video came out, apparently the number of people was upgraded. Well, not upgraded, that's the wrong fucking way to put it. Was amended from several people killed to 18 people being killed in this strike on Syrian soil. Updated, okay. Yeah. Could have used that word too. We were in a panic. The children were sleeping and woke up by an unusual situation. We do not know what happened, but we saw blazes of fire. Fire billowing from the forest. We were subjected to many violent strikes. Alright, let's see, what else is there for us to look at here tonight? Okay, now let's go to this. Let's talk about the West Bank a little bit, as it is where an American citizen was recently killed by Israeli soldiers. Here's Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago, where they had on Miriam Barghouti to discuss Israel's deadly incursions in the West Bank.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We return now to the occupied West Bank, where Israeli soldiers stormed the city of Tulkarem just after midnight today, in new raids that come just days after Israeli forces withdrew from Tulkarem and Jenin. Israeli troops also raided the Balata refugee camp in the northern West Bank earlier today, and in Abu Shakdim near Ramallah. All Al Jazeera reports Israeli forces were seen raiding homes. On Friday, Israeli forces temporarily retreated from Jenin, Tulkarem, and other areas in the occupied West Bank after laying siege to the cities for 10 days, killing dozens of Palestinians, including children and elders, and leaving a trail of destruction. Simultaneous raids also took place across Nablus, Bethlehem, Hebron, and Ramallah, in the largest Israeli military occupation in the occupied West Bank in 2 decades, with hundreds of troops backed by armored vehicles, bulldozers, fighter jets, and drones. During the raids, Israeli soldiers fired live rounds at Palestinian journalists, documenting the attacks, injuring at least 4 of them in the town of Kafr Dam. Footage also surfaced of Israeli forces in an armored tank rolling over the dead body of an 82-year-old Palestinian man in Jenin who was killed Friday by Israeli soldiers and denied medical attention. Meanwhile,
disgusting.
Israeli settlers continued their attacks in the West Bank. In Kariut, near Nablus, a 13-year-old Palestinian girl was killed by Israeli gunfire as settlers attacked the village. Bana Laboum was hit by a bullet Friday while she was in her bedroom. Her mother described the Israeli attack ahead of her daughter's burial.
She was in her room along with her sisters. She was afraid, in fear, and suddenly a bullet got in through the window and hit her while she was on her bed. This is what happened. There were scuffles outside with the youth, but we were surprised that a bullet came through the window and onto her.
Over 650 Palestinians have been killed in the occupied West Bank since October, nearly 150 of them children, most of them during near-daily raids by the Israeli military. That's added on to the more than 40,000 Palestinians who've been killed in Gaza, and that figure is expected to be much higher, 16,000 of them children. We go now to Ramallah, where we're joined by Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian writer and journalist. Her recent piece for 972 magazine is titled Inside the Brutal Siege of Jenin. Mariam, welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain what has happened there in Jenin.
Thank you for having me, Amy. So what we have seen in Jenin specifically, but generally in the northern areas of the West Bank, is an escalated attack and an offensive under the title of Operation Summer Camps by the Israeli military. And what we have seen is the Israeli military basically greenlighting the use of lethal force excessively and sporadically, which is why we're hearing news of young children being shot by bullets, as well as journalists being sniped by Israeli snipers. And what the Israeli military did was essentially bring in D9 Caterpillar bulldozers within the city of Jenin, likewise in Tul Kerem within the city, and then moving deeper towards the camp, in where they bulldozed nearly the overwhelming majority of the civilian infrastructure. That includes water pipe, that includes electric wiring, that includes the sewage system. And the Israeli military basically besieged the entire city. Entry and exit was dangerous and risky because you can get shot even as press. Medical personnel, as well as ambulances, were obstructed from moving patients, not simply banning injured persons from the camp throughout the 9-day siege, but patients from Jenin city were unable to reach the only governmental hospital in Jenin that is adjacent to the camp, and was basically placed under siege by the Israeli military. So what we saw was an intensification and a brutal offensive. Again, this is an offensive by the Israeli military under and I quote, it's a preemptive strike against Palestinian terrorists. But what I have seen on the ground is it was targeting essentially civilians mostly, and there was a very clear attempt to conceal what is happening from media, and that means from global audiences.
These claims we've heard multiple times about preemptive blah blah blah. And all of it is just a result of Israel's own horrific decisions, or just a fake pretense to crimes that they're committing. And nobody should be taking those seriously, not the crimes, but the claims of supposed preemptive attacks.
Again, you said they call this Operation Summer Camps?
Yes, so the Israeli military has called this Operation Summer Camps. It was officially declared between August 27th or 28th of last month. And the Israeli military claims that they are basically targeting refugee camps. That's why summer camps. But again, what we have seen is they're targeting civilians. And they said the refugee camps because that's primarily where Palestinian combatants are operating from. Again, this is the Israeli military going into these areas and attacking these areas under the statement of this is a preemptive strike against terrorism. But what we have seen is a focus on the civilian infrastructure and...
Yeah, exactly. We saw, like we see right here, actually. They're showing video of them literally destroying the roads, every road. We saw a story that literally by day 2 of this assault on Jenin and the West Bank, 70% of the roads had been destroyed by way of bulldozers. They literally just brought in teams of bulldozers to destroy the roads so people just can't get around inside of the city. And if this is correct, hold on, is that right? Is it that many people? If this is correct, there's like 4 million people that live in Jenin. This can't be right. That's not right. No, sorry. No, 50,000. Why does it say 4 million on Britannica? Britannica? Why are you off by a factor of 100? One of these people are wrong. Wikipedia or the Encyclopedia Britannica. Hold on.
If you could tell us about one of the people you interviewed who asked to speak anonymously for fear of Israel's mass arrest campaign, who said, you know what Jenin is? It's another Gaza, and Gaza is Palestine. We cannot keep separating them. Explain what they're saying, and also what you think Israel's goal is here in raiding all of these camps and areas in the West Bank.
Right. So the people are afraid to speak with their names, actually. That is a trend, especially in areas like Jenin, where arrest is a pattern from Israel. But it's also a statement I've heard across the different people I've spoken with in Jenin, but outside of Jenin as well, including Tul Karim and Ramallah. And that is that after the impunity that has been given to the Israeli military, and we have seen we're almost a year into the Israeli aggression on Gaza, it is likely that Israel will continue these patterns in the West Bank in order to depopulate Palestinians. Now, that is what they mean we can't separate, because overall, the Israeli goal, which has been very clear and very explicit from Israeli policymakers and military, is to basically build a greater Israel. And that means building it over Palestinian lands. So this is what Palestinians mean when they say, you know, Jenin is another Gaza. It's an emphasis that the practices, the lethal practices we have seen in Gaza, whether it is the targeting of journalists, the mass killing of civil society and civilians, including children, is being conducted in the West Bank, right? And in the West Bank, again, there isn't this, the Hamas or the Qassam October 7th association, right? It's just the Palestinian.
Yep, it's just active ethnic cleansing going on. These tactics have nothing to do with supposed military objectives against Hamas. Like she said, this is a purely civilian punishment. Now, let's go to this. Oh, I forgot to put these here. You know, I'm going to do this. Now, here's Forbes breaking news 5 hours ago. John Kirby, he's got some interesting thoughts on this ceasefire.
Admiral, it's been reported that Iran has sent short-range ballistic missiles to Russia for use in Ukraine. Can you confirm that this transfer happened, and how concerning is this?
I cannot confirm the reports that the transfer has happened, but I would point you to what we have said in the past, that any such provision of that kind of technology would not only have a deleterious effect on the Ukrainians' ability to continue to defend themselves, and certainly on the lives and livelihoods of Ukrainians, but could, depending on what the deal, how it's consummated, have equally deleterious effects on the Middle East. In Iran, that already has an improving ballistic missile program, we could only assume would want to stand to gain from some sort of partnership with Russia to improve their capabilities in the region. And of course, given all their destabilizing activities, that's a dangerous outcome.
It's all
And
around.
is the White House prepared to increase pressure on Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal, potentially doing something similar?
I wonder if John Kirby sees the United States sending weapons to Israel as being destabilizing. So I feel like the argument could certainly be made for that.
Of course, given all their destabilizing activities, that's a dangerous outcome.
And is the White House prepared to increase pressure on Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal, potentially doing something similar as the United Kingdom in terms of withholding more weapons?
I can't think of anything we haven't put more pressure on ourselves on than to try to get this deal. And we still, I think,
Wow, pressure on ourselves, really?
I think.
Yeah. Interesting.
We know how urgent this is, and we're working night and day to try to see if we can get a deal in place. Hamas is the main obstacle to this, right?
Oh, okay. We got to pressure ourselves. But it's actually Hamas who's completely at fault. Nobody else.
I don't want reality.
Wow. Wow, John. Just coming up with fiction over here from behind the podium. Even though all evidence points to Israel being the main, what do you call it? Factor in the lack of deal. Even Israel's own citizens have been saying this very loudly in the streets of Israel itself over and over and over again. We've seen a bunch of footage of that over the last week. Don't worry, we don't have more of that right now. We're gonna go to this. This is Democracy Now! Again here from 15 hours ago. Justice for Asener. I'm not saying that right. It's Isener Yagi. I can't say her name. I really can't. I suck. Either way, this is the woman who was killed by the IDF in the West Bank for protesting and supposedly being associated with rock throwers.
Illegal.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Nablus, in the occupied West Bank, a funeral procession is underway at the time of this broadcast for the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Yagi. She was killed by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank on Friday.
How did she make it look so easy?
She was a 26-year-old recent graduate of UW, the University of Washington in Seattle. She was shot dead by Israeli forces during a weekly Friday protest against illegal Israeli settlements in the town of Beta. According to eyewitnesses, Israeli soldiers fired tear gas and live ammunition, forcing the protesters to disperse down a hill on the edge of the town. Israeli activist Jonathan Pollack, who was on the scene, said the shooting took place about half an hour after the protesters had dispersed and the situation was calm. He said Ayşenur and other foreign volunteers were standing about 200 yards from the Israeli military. He described what happened.
So after retreating from the hilltop, I was right there where the garbage can is, and it was completely quiet already back then. The clashes had dissipated, and then after 10 or 15 minutes, it was completely quiet. I heard two distinct shots of live ammunition. One hit a metal object, and then I retreated a little bit backwards into the olive grove, and then a few seconds after, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, a second shot, and I heard someone calling my name and saying in English, help us, we need help, come over. So I raced through the olive groves down there. Her head was gushing with blood. She was lying here. I put my hand behind her back to try and stop the bleeding, which didn't stop. I looked up and saw a direct line of sight from where the soldiers were on that rooftop, some 200 meters away. I quickly took her pulse. It was very, very weak. Her eyes were rolled back. Her skin started becoming yellow, and we.
Okay, all right. Very, very graphic description that he gives here. Let's move on a little bit into this.
Threat to them, end quote. The Turkish government has said it holds Israel as responsible for Ayşenur's death. On Saturday, the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, blasted Israel for the killing.
Gencecik bir evladımızı Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi.
Yesterday, they heinously murdered our young child, Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi. To date, they have killed over 40,000 innocent civilians, including 17,000 children. They attack barbarically and shed blood indiscriminately, whether it be children, women, youth, or the elderly.
Meanwhile, the White House has called on Israel to investigate the attack. This is Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on Friday.
First, I just want to extend my deepest condolences, the deepest condolences of the United States government.
Antony Blinken sending thoughts and prayers to the parents of the American citizen killed by Israel, an ally, supposedly, who we fund. It is just so, it's just so wild.
The family of Ayşenur Ezgi Yagi. We deplore this tragic loss.
You might have said her name worse than me.
The most important thing to do is to gather the facts, and that's exactly what we're in the process of doing. And we are intensely focused on getting those facts. And any actions that we take are driven by the facts. So first things first, let's find out exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah.
And we will draw the necessary conclusions.
The necessary conclusions, right. Right. And we're going to wait for Israel to tell us what happened, right? That's the plan.
And consequences from that.
Ayşenur's family has called for an independent investigation, saying, quote, "We welcome the White House's statement of condolences, but given the circumstances of Ayşenur's killing, an Israeli investigation is not adequate. We call on President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Secretary of State Blinken to order an independent investigation into the unlawful killing of a U.S. citizen and to ensure full accountability for the guilty parties," end quote. At least 17 Palestinian protesters have been killed in Beita in protests against illegal Israeli settlements since 2020. For more, we're joined by two guests. Amara Sasson, which is a pseudonym, is a Filipino-American citizen who was shot in the leg by the Israeli forces 1 month ago today, on August 9th. during the weekly protests in Beta in the occupied West Bank. Sassoon was volunteering with the International Nonviolent Protective Presence Group, FAZA, the same group Ayşenur was with, along with being a volunteer with the International Solidarity Movement. Amado Sassoon is a high school English teacher from Jersey City in New Jersey. We're also joined by Juliet Majid. She was friends with Ayşenur at the University of Washington. Juliet Majid is now a PhD student at North Carolina State University. She's joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Juliet, let's begin with you. Tell us who Ayşenur is. She, like...
It always makes me feel better when Amy can't say a regular English word, even though she can say practically any other word in any other language, but then she says university. For me, that's just satisfying. I'm like, yes, I don't have to be perfect either. It's okay.
You just graduated from UW, from the University of Washington in Seattle, where she grew up since, well, her family came there from Turkey since before she was 1 year old.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for saying who she is. She's no longer with us, but her spirit and her love and who she was and who she impacted in our community are still with us every single day. The family, I think, in their statement had beautiful, beautiful words that I want to uplift on who she was. She was amazing, a staunch advocate, an organizer. She was passionate about justice. She was compassionate and kind, and she wore her heart on her sleeves. She always made you feel like you were listened to. You never had to think when talking to her, you just had to be. That's how she was. She just was herself, nobody else. She inspired everybody she ever met. She inspired me, and I know that going forward, I will keep holding her in my heart as well.
Juliet, I know this is incredibly difficult for you. She was killed on Friday. This is just Monday. And our deepest condolences to you and to Ayşenur's family, which I know extends beyond her own family, but to the whole community at UW. Those who were involved, like you and her, in the encampment there, like there were encampments all over the United States protesting the Israeli war on Gaza. Can you talk about her activism? You talked about how she inspired you, and also about learning of her death on Friday. She had just gotten to the occupied West Bank, right? Did a training on Wednesday and was killed on Friday, and you're now a student in North Carolina.
Yeah. So I met Ayşenur at the University of Washington. We both graduated in June. More than just the student encampment, she was a community organizer in Seattle. She was always volunteering to help, always volunteering in the community, in the campus, before the encampment and after.
It seems like a complete loss, this woman's death, and yet she's only one of tens of thousands of people who have died at the hands of the IDF, and it is a fucking tragedy and a reality that we just, we can't forget. The futures of all those people have been snuffed out. And also, apparently, according to Nightbot, Soul Life is hiding from Donald Duck. Wow, Soul Life. Show yourself. Stop hiding from a duck.
That twice. So when I got to the clearing, the Palestinians raised me up, put me in a pickup truck, got me to the clinic, transferred me to an ambulance, and getting to the hospital, we had 2 trucks blocking us, and then 2 checkpoints where they demanded to see who was inside. So it delayed my care further. But the Palestinians showed me so much care and love, and I'm indebted to them for saving me that day.
I wanted to go to Jonathan Pollock, the Israeli activist who held Aisha Noor as she died, has taken part in the weekly protests against the settlements in Beitah for months. Jonathan couldn't join us today because he's taking part in this funeral procession for Aisha Noor in Nablus. We spoke to him yesterday, and this is some of what he had to say.
I would just like to say that her death is not an isolated incident. The bullet that was shot at Aisha Noor is the exact same bullet that was shot at Amadou Sisson a few weeks ago, hitting him in the leg. Another American citizen hurt in exactly the same place. It is the same bullet used by Israeli forces to kill the people in Nur al-Shams and in Jenin. And these are the same bullets that killed a 13-year-old girl on the same day that Aisha Noor was killed, just a few kilometers to the south. These are the same bullets that Israel uses to perpetrate the genocide in Gaza with complete impunity. And all these bullets are provided to Israel by the American taxpayers' money.
Yep, couldn't say it better myself. And directly from a guy in, as we just saw, in the West Bank, risking his own life to try and fight against this atrocity against humanity. How much time do we have? I mean, we guess we have as much time as I want, but it is getting late. Very, very late. All right. Let's go here. This is Associated Press from 8 hours ago. Netanyahu says he's doing everything to return hostages and win the war in Gaza. What? I hear the cry of the families of the hostages. I hear the cry of the families who have lost what is most dear to them. My wife and I go to heartbreaking meetings that just break our hearts to pieces. I hear. I listen. Don't judge either. And I am doing everything to return the hostages and to win the war. Wow. Really? It's not what Israelis seem to think. I certainly disagree. Seems like all evidence points to a road labeled don't go down this road because it leads to a hostage negotiation deal. And it's like, what's it called? It's got like one of those like little placards underneath it. You know, like the Mario Cuomo bridge. It's like the Benjamin Netanyahu blocked road to a ceasefire deal. You know, like one of those little brass plaques. Whatever. Let's go here. Ooh, this is our second to last video of the night. Great job, everybody, for making it this far. Little round of applause for your efforts and diligence. My God, nearly 5 hours already. Let's go here. Middle East Eye from 12 hours ago. They are going to try and answer a question some may be asking, but perhaps all of us could use a quick refresher on. Who is Benjamin Netanyahu?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Israel's longest-serving leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, has held office 6 times, more than any other prime minister in the country's history. He began his career in Israeli politics as a staunch critic of the 1993 Oslo peace process between Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He famously attended far-right rallies where crowds chanted "Death to Arabs" and "Death to Rabin," Israel's prime minister at the time, who pushed for a settlement with the PLO.
The eternal capital of the Jewish people.
A month later, Rabin was killed by a religious nationalist. Netanyahu was blamed for fanning the flames of far-right extremism that led to Rabin's death. Over the years of his premiership, Netanyahu has always been elusive about Palestinian statehood, but now he openly and outrightly rejects an independent Palestinian state.
Sorry, chat. I should have been reading these.
Openly and outrightly rejects an independent Palestinian state.
In any future arrangement, settlement, or no settlement, Israel needs security control over all territory west of the Jordan Valley. This is a necessary condition. That's a fancy way of saying from the river to the sea. Because you know what's in the Jordan Valley? The river. And then Israel, of course, owns or controls all the territory from pretty much from there to the Mediterranean. So yeah.
Netanyahu is not a religious heart.
I should have. Israel needs security control over all territory west of the Jordan Valley. This is a necessary condition, and it collides with the idea of Palestinian sovereignty. What can you do?
Netanyahu is not a religious hardliner. In 2023, he came under criticism in Israel for images of him eating at a non-kosher restaurant in London. Illegal. But he has found strong allies among religious conservatives who share his vision of derailing the two-state solution.
Jesus, I say that.
He's been in and out of power since 1996. His failure to prevent the 7 of October attacks and Israel's inability to win a decisive victory in Gaza, despite killing more than 40,000 Palestinians, including women and children, has hurt his credibility at home and abroad. So just who is Benjamin Netanyahu, and how did he come to wield so much influence over Israel's destiny? Benjamin Netanyahu was born in Jaffa in 1949 to conservative Zionist parents. He was raised in Jerusalem and went to high school in the US after his family moved there. He returned to Israel to serve in the Israeli army and fought in the Arab-Israeli War in 1973. In 1976, Netanyahu's brother Jonathan was killed leading a raid to rescue hostages from a hijacked airliner in Entebbe, Uganda. It would have a profound impact on the Netanyahus. The family then moved back to Israel from the US. Netanyahu set up an anti-terrorism institute in his brother's memory. A turning point came in 1982 when Netanyahu became Israel's deputy chief of mission in Washington. Overnight, his public profile was launched, an articulate English speaker with a distinctive American accent.
You thought he was Polish? I think he's... what do you call it? I mean, what's the word? Like genetically Polish, or like his ancestry is Polish, like Ashkenazi Jewish Polish. Like his parents, I think, were the ones who came to Israel from Poland during the early 1900s. I don't have his biography in front of me right now, but that's what I recall.
He became a familiar face on US television and an effective advocate for Israel. He was appointed Israel's permanent representative at the UN in New York in 1984. In 1988, he won a seat for the right-wing Likud party in the Knesset and became deputy foreign minister. In 1993, he became the leader of the Likud party and a fierce opponent of the 1993 Oslo Peace Accords. He went on to become Israel's youngest prime minister in 1996 after campaigning to stop the peace process and guarantee that all of Jerusalem would stay under Israeli control.
So yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu has been very much about not peace, everything aside from peace, from seemingly the very beginning of his political career and even before it, till now, where he is just waging all-out war on the seemingly just not like just the citizens of Gaza, but also the West Bank, and now Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and whoever else complains. Okay, let's go here. I figured it'd be fun. People keep suggesting this to me in the suggestions portion of our Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should definitely join it. Here's a link in the YouTube chat. Alright. Here's at least a portion of a video titled Top 10 Norman Finkelstein Thug Life Moments.
Have the right to hate the people who destroy their lives.
Do you honestly think that a leader of Israel is in a position after the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust to say, you know what we should do in reaction to this is free the Palestinians, whatever that looks like? This is never going to happen, right? Correct. And I'm interested in living in the real world, as I think you are. If you care about the lives of Palestinians and Israelis and everybody else, that means there has to be some kind of way of resolving this that is based in reality. And in reality, whatever way you look at it, you've got two tribes that absolutely hate each other with good reason for both sides to hate each other because there's been atrocity against both sides throughout history. You may argue about who's responsible and blah, blah, blah. Reality on the ground is this is where we are. So my question is, how should Israel have reacted in that situation in the real world?
What in the...
I gotta say, before Norm gets in here, I think it's really weird to describe the situation as this tribal thing going on, as if people, like, it's sort of, I feel like it makes, what do you call this? It's like, it's not like a conflation so much as it is a sort of, it's not even a simplification of a situation. I think it degrades the people involved in the situation to some degree, suggesting it's somehow uncivilized, or at least that some group in this situation is uncivilized.
the world should the Palestinians have done if they tried negotiations, they gestured to supporting either a two-state settlement, here I'm referring to Hamas, or what they called a hudna, a long-term ceasefire, when in March, beginning March 30th, 2018, they tried, not least because of my encouragement, they tried nonviolent civil resistance. And what was the Israeli response? We know exactly. There's a 250-page, single-spaced UN report describing the response. Israel took its best snipers, lined them up along the perimeter fence, and while there was this festive, to describe, to use the word of the UN report, atmosphere among the Palestinians, there was music, there was dancing, there was song. The snipers, I'm quoting the report, intentionally targeted children, medics, journalists, disabled people. They described double amputees 300 meters from the perimeter fence that Israel shot. When they didn't kill them, they targeted them from the kneecap down to inflict, to use the technical term, life-changing injuries, which for the layperson translates as paralyze them. One Israeli sniper boasted to Haaretz newspaper, Israel's most serious newspaper, he shot 42 kneecaps in one day, 42 children and adults paralyzed for life. And so when all the options of diplomacy, nonviolent civil resistance, when they've been exhausted, what were they supposed to do?
You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault?
Yes, but that's not...
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads.
There were no beheadings of infants.
There were some beheadings, apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, there were some people who were beheaded, but
we could bring it up right now.
You also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their assault?
Absolutely. That seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
yes.
glad that you're
I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seem to imply that there was a lot of crossfire and then it might have been the IDF that killed a lot of...
I said that there is no question, because the names were published in Haaretz, there is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed. But 850 civilians killed? No question there.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think of the 850...
It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, 1,000 humanitarian and economic organizations have all reached the same conclusion. It's very simple. The main cause of the disaster in Gaza is Israel's illegal blockade of that parcel of land. Full stop.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's false.
Who's wrong? Who's wrong? That is
That's
wrong.
wrong.
The World Bank
the
is
blockade,
wrong. The International Monetary Fund is wrong. They're all wrong.
Yes.
Are they all anti-Semitic? Is that what's going on?
I didn't say that. They're wrong. I happen to know
So
more
why
about
are they
the
all
law
wrong?
than any of them.
Everybody's wrong but me.
It was completely lawful. It was designed to prevent the importation and then the use of rockets against Israel. It's
Everybody's wrong with me. The guy who was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Actually, we'll finish it. I'll let this go out.
perfectly lawful for a country to engage in a blockade. That is, you're not letting me finish. You can't have a double. Look, Israel is exposed to a double standard, but we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement, and you're not going to interrupt me. So understand me. The military occupation was lawful. The blockade was lawful. Every country has the right to defend itself from rockets, from terror tunnels, from people coming over the border, murdering and kidnapping people. Those are all lawful. I'm telling you that as an expert in international law and the law of war. If you want to dispute me, get an expert who knows something about international law. Not a polemicist like
Professor Dershowitz, Professor Dershowitz, just as a matter of fact, I teach the laws of war. I've been teaching it for the last 5 years. To my understanding,
you're biased.
Professor Dershowitz, let's agree. I'm completely ignorant. Let's take that as a point of departure. How does it come to be that every humanitarian and political body in the world has declared that the blockade of Gaza constitutes collective punishment and therefore is a violation, a breach of international law, a war crime under international law? How did that come to pass?
They're wrong.
How is it that
First of all, you're wrong.
They're all wrong.
No, you're not. You're not right. You're not right. No. You're wrong. You're wrong in describing. You're wrong in describing every group. There are many groups.
Okay, Professor Dershowitz.
I love how Piers Morgan, for like at least this time, like 'cause this is when he had just launched this show, and he was still trying to pretend like he was a moderator, but you could clearly see here that this was when it was all starting to fall apart for him as this particular. Because the fact is he agrees with Alan Dershowitz on most of this stuff. And so he didn't know how to actually keep them from interrupting each other, especially when Alan would come in and interrupt points with complete nonsense. Piers was starting to really hate it. And so he's honestly changed, I feel like, since then. He's sort of changed his... I don't feel like he's really pretending to be a moderator anymore. He might be, but not from what I've seen. Granted, I've been watching a lot less of his goddamn show. I'm pretty sick of it already, but...
One legal international legal body or human rights organization. Name me one. I'll take the pause. Name me one that says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment. Name me one.
The Lawfare Project in the United States.
The Lawfare Project. I said name me one international legal or political body.
It is.
One.
It is.
Everybody's listening now. Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Name me one. Name me one international or legal or political body that says the blockade of Gaza is legal. Name me one.
It is legal, and every
the only one, the one that he just named is the one that he is the head of, if I'm not mistaken. The only one that he's able to name is the one that he is involved in. Like
associated with the Lawfare Project.
Yeah, exactly, right. Exactly, the Lawfare Project, the one that I'm involved with.
Project, we're all concluded that the blockade is legal. Also, the Israeli Supreme
Professor Morris. Yes, you just.
I love how he quotes himself. That's when you know you got a problem. Or at least that should be a sign to you that you've got a problem. When in an argument you're quoting yourself as evidence to back yourself up. It's not the way that works usually. Certainly not a credible source. Oh god. Well, we've gotten through another one. It was a absolute pleasure hosting you folks here on this space station. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Aproponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moinoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sausage G, Pitchfork's Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. The link is in chat in my bio.